Hello, hello, and a very warm welcome to day 2 of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games and the National Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines here. And it is a beautiful venue to host day 2 of the para-track competition here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. A track that was built in 2014 and has hosted the world's best, is hosting the world's best once again today, as we expect great performances from these brilliant athletes. A day of jam-packed action, qualifying in the men's C4-5 1K time trial, the women's C4, men's C2 and the C3 3,000 meter individual pursuits, and the women's B classification 1,000 meters time trial. And all 5 of those events will have their medals decided in the late session today. So a really jam-packed session of incredible para-track action, and a big crowd already from all the nations coming to support their riders today. We saw 4 medals of the 17 decided on the opening day of action. 2 nations, China and the Netherlands, picked up 2 of those gold medals each. The other 2, Great Britain had 2 silvers, and the host nation, France, won a sensational silver medal, much to the home crowd's delight there. And Canada, Switzerland, Italy and Spain each won a bronze medal. Who will be the medalists today in these 5 events? Well, we're going to start that road towards those victory ceremonies with the Coupe de Bâton, which is a French tradition derived out of centuries-old theatre traditions here in France. And so Olivier Péchard will be the man entrusted with the Coupe de Bâton. That is the ceremonial opening of the session here at the Velodrome. Wonderful tradition. It has been continued here at the Paralympic Games. So this is our first event, the men's C4-5 1,000 meter time trial. This is a factored event to allow riders from classifications 4 and 5 to compete on an even keel here, even surface. And these are the athletes. The defending champion, Jody Cundy, is here, but he will have his work cut out. Alfonso Llamas, Corey Boddington, Dorian Foulon, Blaine Hunt, all these athletes are at the peak of their powers. Some of them in their debuts at the Paralympic Games, so they are an unknown quantity. Expectant they are. The French fans are out in numbers today, and they're out to support their athletes. We saw Marie Patoulet take a silver medal yesterday, which had this crowd on their feet. Well, Rochelle Gilmore sits alongside me. Many years of racing on the velodromes of the world with great success. And well, this is the next best thing, watching the best in action.
Oh, absolutely. It's the greatest thing about being a commentator, is being able to see all of the action up close and not miss a single thing. And I'll tell you what, I'm so excited about this event. The 1,000 meter time trial, the men's C4-5 category, it is going to be just power, pure power. And that's exciting to see when the bike comes out of the gate. We're going to see some pained faces coming into the end of this grueling 1,000 meter time trial.
Well, this is an event that will see these athletes tackle 4 hard laps of the track. Oscar Galis from Latvia at 55 is the oldest athlete in the entire track program. He's on the other side of the track, Ahmed Al-Bawadi. Day 2 of the para-track cycling program is underway here at the Velodrome. And the first athletes on the track In the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial, Ahmed Abdelwawi from the United Arab Emirates and Oskar Galis from Latvia, who started out mountain biking and turned to paracycling in 2012. This is his first appearance at the Paralympic Games.
Galis is in the lead at the moment. However, this is the qualifying and only 6 riders go through to the final, which means they're actually racing against the clock to get one of the top fastest 6 times to make their way through to the final.
Really hard competition. Only the top 6 get to the medal rounds. The bell for the final lap here. Abdelwahi, his nation have won 22 medals at the Paralympics in the past. And Galis and Abdelwahi setting a time here. Abdelwahi 1:13.100. And he is going to be the fastest of the two. And opening the action here, 1:14.160, Oskar Galis.
Well, that's the benchmark, time to beat. Ahmad of the UAE. He has posted fastest time so far. I'm getting a bit of confusion on the screen there, number 1 and 2. But it was actually UAE in a time of 1:13. We're watching the replay now. Great start. Solid on the bike.
These bikes have, those that require it, have adaptations to enable the athletes to give their absolute best here. And Abdelwahi's done just that.
Yeah, a lot of these para-track cycling bikes are mega expensive because of the fact that they have to be very, very customized with the different adaptations, weight distribution, reinforcements.
Heat number 2 in the C4-5 men's 1,000 meter time trial. Chile and Uzbekistan have athletes here. Zimbek Abdelaev and Henan Moya Contreras. He's the Chilean, the 34-year-old. On his debut here, he's a police officer. He suffered his impairment through a car accident in 2014. Started on the bike just last year. Abdulaev was 27th in this discipline at the World Championships in March in Rio de Janeiro. Well, Chile have 8 medals at Paralympics over the years. And 28 athletes at this year's Paralympics, more than they've ever had. And this is one of them. Contreras from Chile and Zimbek Abdulaev from Uzbekistan on track now. The benchmark time is 1:13.100. Both are C5 athletes, which is an indication that they are the least impaired of the 5 categories, the classifications.
You can see this event's just so brutal. You come out of the gates there, such a huge gear, so much power that needs to go through the bikes to get on top of the gear, and it takes them about a lap to get up to maximum speed, where they then get into the aerodynamic position and just try to keep on top of that gear. But obviously the fatigue kicks in. Just seeing a great ride here by Contreras of Chile.
There's the bell. Fatiguing towards the back end of this race, as one would expect. But he's going to put together a very, very handy ride here. And it is a time that takes him to the top of the standings, 1:08.476. Abdelaev 1:10.826 in his second place in the standings at the moment.
Happy looking at the scoreboard there to see that he currently sits number 1 position.
23 athletes in this competition, and just 6 will go through to the finals based on those factored times, so it is a really tough competition.
One of the favourite events. Look at the power, the strength needed. As we certainly see some of the best riders concentrate on this discipline, even though it's the most painful, sometimes described as the most painful in all of cycling's different events. You can see how much aerodynamics come into play too, so it's all about power in that first lap. And then once they get into that aerodynamic tuck position, it's all about holding composure. A wave there. Miguel Contreras of Chile sits in position number 1 after 4 riders have completed their 1,000 metre time trial.
Ireland have a very big contingent of athletes at the cycling disciplines in the Paralympic Games, and this is one of them, 35-year-old Ronan Grimes. And on the other side of the track, the only male in the Swiss para-track team, Timothy Zemp, an IT guru, managing partner in an IT company in Switzerland. Away they go, 1,000 meters, 5 laps. Grimes from Ireland, and a problem.
Yeah, a pulled foot. This is so important for the riders, especially with the prosthetic there. The connection to the pedal has not been correctly placed, and the power he's had to use has pulled his foot. Grimes from Ireland, he continues on because there will be no restart, unfortunately, for Zemp. That's the end of his competition.
Meanwhile, it is Grimes who is on track, trying to set a time here on his own now, the Irishman.
And he's certainly moving quite well.
He's more of a pursuiter, the longer distance. He was 15th in this discipline in Tokyo, 4th in the individual pursuit.
Well, 1 lap to go, and it's the fastest out on the track so far. Can he hold on, or has he blown up? You say his endurance, Gerald, so let's hope that he can hold on for the final lap.
Here he goes, Ronan Grimes, the C4 athlete, digging so deep here, bringing it to the line. And 105 puts him at the top of the board at 105.528. 2.9 seconds ahead of Hernan Moya Contreras. And deep disappointment for Kemp.
Yeah, there's been a rule change. If there is a mechanical issue found with the bike, and it wasn't just an accidental, oversight that it wasn't clipped in properly, there may be a chance for a restart, but very unlikely with the very strict new rules. But Ronan Grimes, he is really, so there we see straight out of the gate. It looks like maybe the prosthetic wasn't clipped in properly. But Grimes, we see, is absolutely ecstatic with his time. Possibly a personal best. Very, very happy with being at the top of the leaderboard at this point of the competition. But it looks smooth, strong through the core. You can see the aerodynamics. They even choose a specific hand position in the wind tunnel they test to find the most aerodynamic position, especially for that frontal surface area that hits the wind. Well, great support there for the Irish rider.
Yeah, he's very happy with that. Yep. Thumbs up to his supporters, and there's a big Irish support base in the velodrome. Unfortunately for Zemp, disappointment, a DNF next to Timothy Zemp's name. So the man from Galway, top of the timesheets at the moment, and the commissaires are there to listen in.
there will be a bit of discussion, and
whether he gets a reride?
Well, will depend. If it was a fault that they didn't clip the prosthetic in properly to the pedal, or whether there was a mechanical issue with the bike.
Pablo Jamillo Gallardo from Spain is on track now, the 47-year-old. Bronze in the team sprint in Tokyo. Started in 2003, and this is 18-year-old Eloan Garden. All the 3 male American para-track athletes are debutants.
Oh, that's disappointing for the rider from the USA, Gardon. He's tried to measure his time out of the gate, and just a fraction early pressure on the pedals has made the gate jam a little bit. So, Gardon, a bit of a problem out of the gate.
Well, Gallardo is going very well indeed. He's flying here, is the Spaniard.
Yeah, Gallardo, he got out of the gate well. He's riding well, high on the track in the straights, down to the black line in the bends.
No,
Gallardo flying around the track from Spain. And he is really, really making something of this ride here. So unfortunate for the rider of USA, Eloan Gardon.
Yeah, he only started last year, so still very, very new in the sport of paracycling, and I'm sure this will be just another huge building block for him as he makes his way in the sport.
Yeah, 18 years of age, I mean, it's an experience, you know, and we've spoken so much about how hard it is to get out of that gate.
And he still posted the 3rd fastest time. Jamillo Gallardo, 2nd fastest. 106.634 for the Spaniard, 108.006 for Gardon, and Ronan Grimes still top of the leaderboard, 105.521. Well, this event was first contested back in 2004 in Athens. Greg Wall took the gold medal for Australia. Laurent Pirinot for France took the silver, and Tobias Graf of Germany took the bronze medal.
We see the replay here of Gardon of the USA, 18 years of age. They sway backwards and forwards, just trying to judge the time the gate's going to let them go. And unfortunately, he's put pressure on the pedals just before the gates let go, which meant the gate grabbed his back wheel, and there was a bit of hesitation. This was a perfect start from Gallardo of Spain. He's 47 years of age, a lot of experience, really powerful out of the gate. A fantastic ride from Pablo. Just bouncing the bike there to try and slow it down a bit. As you know, track bikes do not have brakes. Well, will it be enough? These riders need to qualify in the top 6 times to get a chance to ride the final.
Yeah, and the start list is graded down to the big contenders, the world champions, the defending champions, the previous medalists, all on the bunched in the last 5 or 6 heats. So that's where the serious contenders are. That's it. Zemp has been given a reride, so he will be back. Timothy Zemp, the Swiss rider. That is a great relief for Zemp.
No doubt he'll be focusing on his recovery now for another attempt, meaning there was a mechanical issue with his prosthetic and the attachment into the pedals.
Zombor Bemeser from Hungary, their only male para-track athlete. And this is a very, very experienced racer. Lauro Cesar Mauro Shaman, 3rd games for him. And he was a road race silver medalist and bronze medalist in Rio. 3 times national champion in the non-para discipline in individual time trial, and 11-time para road world champion. There's Shaman. He might be among those to post a very, very competitive time here to threaten Ronan Grimes as 105.521. Good start from Vermes, a little bit sluggish from Chaman, but they're away on track for 4 laps of this beautiful velodrome in the heat number 5 of the C45 1,000-meter time trials. Chaman from Brazil and Vermes from Hungary. Vermes is into his work very quickly here, into the skis and looking very good.
26 years of age, Vermes of Hungary, he's absolutely flying. Yeah, he is using those new 3D printed handlebars, which is now being adopted also to helmets, 3D printed helmets. Everything's so customized these days. In cycling, trying to get every bit of advantage in aerodynamics.
Oh, Vermes is going really, really well. He's got his fellow rider Chaman in his sights here. But that's not what it's about the time. And 105.912 puts him marginally, just 0.391 of a second behind Ronan Grimes in second fastest here. Chaman's 110.393 is good enough for 6th place. He will perhaps come into his own in the longer distance events, the endurance events, and on the road. Chaman riding a bike with a Canadian flag on it, so perhaps one that he's procured from the Canadian Cycling Federation.
We see the replay now of the start. He actually pulled his foot.
He got back in.
He got it back in. Knowing it was not actually a mechanical, but tightening of the straps perhaps not done correctly. The 37-year-old Brazilian got back on track pretty quickly. He's currently qualifying in 6th position with many more riders still to come.
Yeah, that's the thing. Top 6 go through. As he stands now, he's into the medals. But of course, there are still so many athletes to take their turn on the track, including Switzerland's rider Timothy Zemp, who had a mechanical issue and then detached from his pedal, so he will have another shot. But on track at the moment, well, a legend, a Paralympic legend, Karel Eduard Novak of Romania. And an absolute novice, Brian Larson, another new rider to para-track discipline. Larson to the United States. But he's already made his impact. Scratch in the Omnium, bronze in the Omnium and the scratch race of the World Championships in March. Well, the man on the other side of the track, 48-year-old Novak. Well, he won a gold back in London in the individual pursuit. Novak, a former speed skater, had an amputation after a car accident in the mid-90s, and he's made para-track cycling absolutely his way, and he's going well now. But Larson's holding his own, very close.
Yeah, Novak, a really good start out of the gate. We saw again from Larson trying to anticipate the release of the gate. Did affect just slightly his start. He might be able to bring it back, but at the moment it's all Novak out on the track.
Yeah, Novak, well, he was a Minister of Sport in the Romanian government until last year, so very involved in sport and administration. Larson.
Novak is picking up his time.
Yeah. There's the bell. Novak is going very well here. He could well put that time of 108.06 under pressure. Beg your pardon, 105.
I think you may well do that. You could see a new lead across the line in just quarter of a lap. Let's see when he throws for the line.
Yes, he is. 105, 154 by 0.367 of a second. Karol Edward Novak of Romania goes to the top of the leaderboard. Brian Larson in his first Paralympic C4 5,000 meter time trial, a creditable 107.245.
Yeah, I think there's room for improvement there for Brian Larson, especially with that, coming out of the gate. It's very hard to get access to the gate on the track for training, so they don't get that many opportunities to practice coming out of the gate. But just see a little bit of hesitation, just covering a little bit more room down on the blue. Looks beautiful on the bike though, doesn't he, for Brian Larson of the USA. He has everything dialed in very well. He sits in 5th position at the moment, whilst this man goes to the top of the leaderboard. Novak, 48-year-old Romanian with so much experience. A bit of a smile there.
Yeah, he was going to retire after the Tokyo Paralympic Games and devote more time to his sporting administrative duties, but decided to give it one more whirl, and 105.154 suggests he's certainly in great condition to continue on for many a year. Whether that'll be enough to get him into the medal races, perhaps not. But we'll wait and see, because our next race in the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial, it's Joseph Metelka against Yehor Dmitriev. I say against, they're not really racing against each other, but they're on the track at the same time. Dmitriev is the 4K individual pursuit gold medalist from Rio and a 3-time road world champion. Metelka, 6 medals in Paralympic track cycling. Away they go. Heat number 7 on track here as it's building up to the faster and faster riders. C4 5,000 meter time trial. Dmitriev of Ukraine and Metelka of Slovakia. Let's see how they go.
Well, Dmitriev, he's gone out very, very fast there. Lost a little bit of time. Had a super powerful first half a lap, but then as he settled into the aero bars, he lost a little bit of time.
Metelka, yeah, he's a pursuiter, really, a double gold medalist in Rio and Tokyo in the 3K pursuit. This is putting a good ride together here.
Metelka certainly picked up some serious speed out there on the track. He's going to be potentially the fastest we've seen so far.
Metelka, yeah, he's looking good here. This could well be the fastest time.
Yes, it is.
Yes, he goes to the top. 104.944. Dmitriev down in 8th place. 108.043. Both perhaps a little more at home in the longer distances, but Metelka showing that he's well up for this shorter distance, a versatile athlete. And he's posted a time, a very competitive time, as now these riders will be looking at that situation and thinking, well, we could be in the shot, in with a shot at a medal race here. We've got defending champion Alfonso Llamas to come, as well as Jody Cundy. And the new riders on the block, Blaine Hunt, Corey Boddington, and of course Dorian Foulon, the Frenchman. So plenty of fast riders to come. Well, the next heat 8, will have this crowd on their feet. French fans anyway. Catherine Le Rousseau and Edwin Fabian Matiz Ruiz, Colombia and France. This is the man from Colombia, Parapan gold medalist over this distance. Well, he'll have to race really, really well. He's going to have a roaring crowd shouting loudly for the man on the other side of the track, Etienne Lerousseau.
Yeah.
Look at a trackside clock to get the countdown, and Lerousseau is away well.
Yeah, Matías Ruiz from Colombia, he had a little bit of a wobble out of the gate. Wasn't perfect, but looking good for Rousseau of France. He's got the home crowd advantage. But it's a Colombian that is flying around the track.
He is indeed. Matías Ruiz is going really, really well here. The 31-year-old bronze in the IP in Rio. Well, he's putting a time down here, that's for sure. Halfway through it, he's the top of the timesheets.
Yeah, he's one of our favorites on our list, Gerald, and he is absolutely nailing it on the day. He's got everything together. This is going to be an impressive time from the Colombian.
There's the bell. He's got Lerousseau in his sights on the same
he's tiring.
Straight. Yeah,
he's tiring.
He is. He's fading.
He's blown up. He's gone out too hard. Oh.
Well,
with a lap to go, he was the fastest out on the track, and just like that, ouch, the burning kicks in. There's nothing you can do.
Perfect illustration of just how hard this discipline is. Lerousseau, thanks to supporters. And, well, he put his best out there, and at the moment he's in 11th place, 109.881. But Matías Ruiz, 105.703 in 4th place. And, yeah, that final lap really did see him suffer and lose plenty of time, having been fastest of all the riders for 3 laps. There's the start from Lerousseau.
As I say, you can only do your best on the day. And that was a slip of the back wheel. That's from the pure power. Unbelievable to recover from that. Such a fast time. Still, he's qualified 4th so far. We've still got 8 riders left to come out onto the track. And as we will remind you, only the top 6 will proceed into the final of this 1,000-meter men's time trial, C4-5 category. As we see, then we're going to put Zemp now. Timothy Zemp of Switzerland. He had a mechanical, pulled his foot, and he will now line up against Archie Atkinson of Great Britain.
Yeah, Atkinson's exciting talent from Great Britain, the C4 world champion in Rio. He's just 20. And another in that long line of talent that Great Britain paracycling and cycling have been able to prepare for a Paralympic debut. And, well, this is the man who had his technical issue in his initial run, Timothy Zemp.
Yeah, great to see that he'll get a rerun. He'll make sure that everything is connected correctly, tightened. You can see the boa dials there.
Archie Atkinson of Great Britain and Timothy Zemp of Switzerland are the next riders on track in the 1,000-meter time trial, C4 and 5. And the time to beat is 104.944.
Amazing power by Atkinson coming out of the gate. Great Britain, he's on one of those Hope Lotus bikes, which are known to be fastest bikes in the world, and he is absolutely flying out there. It is Atkinson of Great Britain that is setting a blistering time.
His fastest on the track at the moment is Archie Atkinson, the 20-year-old, after half the race, and he is in charge here. Zempis well down, but Atkinson is putting together a blistering ride here. Can he ride himself into the medals? There's the bell.
Well, it's all about this last lap, isn't it? Just hoping that your legs don't blow up. I mean, he's trained a million times for this event. He's absolutely flying. He's got a rider in sight to chase, but the pain in the legs, he's still the fastest out on the track. Will he qualify fastest so far? Yes, he will go to the top of the leaderboard. It is Archie Atkinson of Great Britain.
103.508, Archie Atkinson. And that is hugely impressive by the 20-year-old. He is the C4 world champion, so we expected something good from him, and we certainly got it. So Atkinson has laid down a marker for anyone who wants to get into that top 6. Atkinson has a 1.4 second advantage over Joseph Metelka, who was the previous fastest rider.
Yeah, look at that. All the best materials, so much wind tunnel testing has been done. The hand position all the way through to the shoe covers, the materials of the skin suits. So we're now looking at the Swiss rider Zamp, who had a second start, but here is the man at the top of the leaderboard. It is Archie Atkinson of Great Britain, and he is extremely happy with that time, getting closer and closer to the world and Paralympic record, both held by Cundy in C4.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think Atkinson is a talent of the future, that is for sure. Just 20. And now we'll see on the other side of that spectrum a rider who has been around for so many years and is, well, he's transcended sport and into social and cultural areas as well. Jody Cundy, an absolute legend, the world champion in his 8th games. And this is Franz Josef Lasser of Austria in his debut Paralympic Games.
Well, I must say, Gerald, there is a chance that he could break his own world and Paralympic record here in Paris. Well, pre-race rituals.
Well, that's 4 track World Championship medals, no gold, 3 silver and a bronze. But he's only been doing this since 2020.
What we are seeing here, Jody Cundy's bike and materials, there is no stone left unturned when it comes to this event. Everything has been prepared so specifically.
On track in heat 10 in the men's 1,000-meter time trial. It is the world champion in the C4 category, Jody Cundy and Franz Josef Lasser.
Lasser riding the C5 category from Austria, but Jody Cundy, big expectations from this man. He is absolutely flying.
Well, Lasser has work to do here, but that is not the issue, because it's all about time here. That's what it counts. He's down in 11th place. Cundy, though, is setting a blistering pace here for Great Britain. He is the fastest after halfway mark, and he's going to have to bring this home. He may well have to dip under his world record time of 1:01.466, if not his Paralympic time set in Tokyo.
With a lap to go, he just lost a little bit of ground in the corner, showing a slight little bit of fatigue. He's still the fastest on the track. What can he do? Jody Cundy.
Can he bring it home in record time? Well, I think he just wants to post the fastest time here. If it is a record, that'll be a bonus. He crosses it. It is a superb time, Jody Cundy, 1:02.384, and that puts him well ahead by over a second of his countryman Archie Atkinson at the top of the leaderboard. Jody Cundy puts down the marker. Franz Josef Lasser of Austria, 1:06.463. But Kandi not disappointing. This man of the age of 45 is the world champion in the C4 category and the silver medalist from Tokyo. Well, he's in the mix again. Well, he took part in the British television competition Strictly Come Dancing last year.
Yeah, he said that really boosted his profile, but what he's hoping is that people becoming more familiar with him will tune in to watch the Paralympic track cycling events, and a hugely beneficial experience for him to appear on Strictly Dancing in the UK. Here's Jody Kandi. Has he done enough to qualify fastest? In any case, he's very likely to move through the top 6 into the final.
Yeah, it is confirmed now with just 4 riders remaining that Kandi and Atkinson are confirmed as in the top 6. Blaine Hunt, Dorian Foulon, Alfonso Cabello-Llamas and Corey Boddington are those still to come. But Jody Kandi, top of the timesheets at 1:02.384. By our reckoning, does look as though it's a Paralympic record. That'll wait for ratification. Jody Kandi's time, 1:02.384. The previous record was 1:02.529 by Kandi in Tokyo. Job done. Well, this is a young man in his debut Paralympic Games. 5 World Championship medals already, having started the sport of paracycling in 2021.
Yeah.
Well, the tricolor waves, they're on their feet. Dorian Foulon. Both of world champions. Blaine Hunt is the new man on the block, and Dorian Foulon is going to go all out here to post a time that'll put him in touch with the medals. The Frenchman with the crowd behind him. But it is Hunt who's gone out fastest here.
Yeah, the new unknown, really. He's on all the fastest equipment. He's looking super, super fast. Will he be able to match or beat the time of Jody Kandi? He's slightly behind at this point, however, still got a couple of laps to go.
He won the world title back in 2022 on this very track, Blaine Hunt, so he knows this track well and he enjoys it. But Foulon's got the crowd behind him here. He needs to dig very deep because the man behind him, Hunt, is really cooking here. 1 lap to go for Blaine Hunt. Already 2 British riders in the top of the standings. Will it be 3?
Hunt has just surpassed the time of Jody Kandi, but he has half a lap to go.
Here he goes, Blaine Hunt. And he
does it.
He goes top.
He goes to the top.
1:02.005, Blaine Hunt. And sadly for the French fans, Dorian Foulon does not qualify for the medal rounds. That means right now that Hunt there has made it 3 Great Britain riders out of the 4 who have qualified thus far for the final 6. Factor time of 1:02.005. Blaine Hunt. What a ride. Foulon, well, he thanks the fans for the support. He'll be back for the individual pursuit in which he's a gold medalist from Tokyo. Well, Hunt.
Well, you called it, Gerald. You said Blaine Hunt, he's on fire. He's the new man on the block. Well, he's gone nearly half a second faster than Jody Kandi in the qualifying. Let's see, 1:02.005, 1:02.3 for Jody Kandi, sitting in second. And Great Britain are sitting 1-2-3 at the moment with Archie Atkinson in third position, 1:03.508. Well, Great Britain certainly dominating at this point with 2 riders left.
And they are from Spain and Australia. Another new man on the block here, Corey Boddington in the C4 category. He's the silver medalist from the World Championships as we get a look there at Blaine Hunt. Recovery time now. medals will be decided on this day 2 of the para track program. Alfonso Cabello Llamas of Spain and Corey Boddington from Australia, the C4 silver medalist at the World Championships. And Llamas, of course, the defending champion in this discipline. Won it in London as well in 2012. 7-time world champion, 5 track medals at the Paralympics in his 4th Games. Hugely experienced. And a man who holds the world and Paralympic records in C5.
From Australia, Corey Boddington.
Debut Paralympic Games for Corey Boddington.
Well, big sighting. Australian fans there in the crowd. What is Boddington capable of?
Issues Boddington's shoe covers. Now he's sorted. Twelfth and final heat in the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial. 4 riders already through to the final 6 who will contest for the medals. Will it be these 2 to join them? Cabello Llamas, the defending champion, and the newcomer, Corey Boddington from Australia. Llamas has gone out fastest so far.
Yeah, Boddington stumbled a little bit out of the gates, losing a little bit of time. Not sure if he can bring that back, but super fast start from the Spaniard, Cabello Llamas.
World record holder as well, Llamas, and Boddington. Well, again, he's one of these new challengers to the old establishment here, and he's looking to join the 4 riders in the medal rounds. So far, both in that position.
Both riders are now fastest on the track, first and second. Boddington of Australia, he looks like he's going to go to the top of the leaderboard with half a lap to go. He only began paracycling early last year at the Annemiers Velodrome.
And he's now in position to go top of the leaderboard. Will it be? It is Boddington. 101.190. Corey Boddington, and Cabello Llamas is 3rd fastest. So that completes the top 6. And what a ride that back end from Corey Boddington. He was down initially, but he had a negative split and came back to post the fastest time, 101.190. Just a superb ride from him in the C4 category.
He certainly down under has been privately training at the Annemiers Velodrome, as we said. He's 28 years of age, but only took up the sport a year ago. He's very, very committed, trains 35 hours a week, and he is very much supported by his accounting partner, allowing him to put that time he needs to into training. We see the replay here. Llamas of Spain, 30 years of age. He looked great out there. He was leading for the first lap and a half, 2 laps. Very smooth and controlled. But it was this man, Corey Boddington of Australia. Look at that position. Is that not one of the most aerodynamic positions we have seen in the men's 1,000 meter time trial? Wow, that's how close it was at the finish.
Very, very tight indeed. Some blisteringly fast times. The slowest of them was Joseph Metelka, 104.944, and he's the 6th and last qualifier for the finals. And we can now confirm that Corey Boddington's time of 101.190 is a Paralympic C4 record, and he is top of those lists. Lane Hunt, Alfonso Cabello, Jody Cundy, Archie Atkinson, and Joseph Metelka. Those are the qualifiers who will race for the medals on day 2 in the men's C4-5 1K time trial. Great action, and we've got some serious contenders for those medals. These are the remaining riders. Disappointment for France is Dorian Foulon, They had two riders in the 23 here. Did France, unfortunately for them, they didn't qualify one for the medal rounds. Our next event in the velodrome at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games is qualifying for the women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit. We've got 8 athletes here. From Australia, Meg Lemon, the 34-year-old in her second games. Li Xiaozhu of China is the other rider on track here. 12 laps of the track in a brutally hard discipline, this women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit. And from Shandong province in the east of China, Li Xiaozhu making her debut at the Paralympic Games. Bronze in the TT in Tokyo for the Australian. Now, Xiaozhu is into her work here, and she's marginally behind the Australian. Now she's up, there's no question. This is such a hard discipline to pace yourself over the 12 laps.
3,000 meter individual pursuit. And Li of China is currently the fastest out on the track. Meg Lemon of Australia just trailing, but seems to be quite comfortable. Riding to a schedule made by their coach because they know exactly what they're capable of, and we just see the coach there giving Meg Lemon the all okay. Li of China still leading.
Quite an intellectual impairment after a motorcar accident when she was knocked off her bike. She's won 12 national titles. She's got 6 world championship medals, still seeking that elusive gold medal, 1 silver and 5 bronze. And so bronze in the Paralympic Games in Tokyo in the time trial.
Meg Lemon coming back now. She's now the leader out on the track. So as I said, they're riding to schedules based. They're not racing each other at the moment. They are riding for a time because the fastest 2 riders will race for gold, and the 3rd and 4th fastest will race for bronze. So they are just riding for a time based off the schedule made by their coach and what they think and believe they're capable of. So Meg Lemon fastest on the track at the moment. The Australian, she's from Port Adelaide, part of the Port Adelaide Cycling Club. She did compete at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
Well, what can Li Xiaozhu do here? Not that she's, as Rochelle said, racing against, but she needs to try and up the tempo a little bit as this race enters the dark zone, the really tough last 700, 500 and down to the finish. This is when it really tests the rider's preparation and endurance.
Well, Meg Lemon looks like she has everything in control at the moment. You see the pain on her face. A couple of laps to go. The coach is giving her the okay, meaning that she is on schedule. And he himself, the coach on the inside of the track, he has cameras right in his face because he is about to tell Meg Lemon, you need to give everything you've got in this final lap. We need more.
And she is, look at that grimace on her face. She is emptying it now. She drives for the line, Meg Lemon.
Takes some height on the track so she gets some speed down the banking just to come into the last quarter of a lap. She'll throw for the line here and we will see the fastest time.
3:49.703. 8.1 seconds faster than China's Li Jiajui. So remember, just the 2 fastest racing for gold. The next 2 will fight it out for the bronze medal.
I see the replays in a moment. While these riders are just slowly, without using too much energy with their legs, they want to just slowly come to a halt rather than backpedal and use power in the legs to slowly come to a halt, and their coach will catch them in the end. So Lee out of the gate very smoothly, in position, comfortable on the bike. No doubt happy with her ride because not too much went wrong for the Chinese rider. But Meg Lemond, she's put a fast time out there now. Will it be fast enough to race for gold and silver, or for bronze? Well, it's a hard position to be in because she has to sit and wait now. It's the coach giving the last bit of encouragement there.
Yeah, that's the tough thing here. Is that she now sits and waits and watches the other athletes. There are still 6 more. And the prize is a place in the medal races for the top 4. Our second heat in the women's C4 3K individual pursuit, Keely Shaw and Sean Morelli. Both were in action on the opening day of the para-track competition here. In the time trial, the 500-meter time trial. That's Keely Shaw. Canadian was 10th in that competition. And Sean Morelli, well, this is her discipline, having finished 13th in the time trial. She's a double individual time trial gold medalist on the road, and she won this event in Rio and was silver in Tokyo. So this is a race to really look out for here. Morelli is in the military, suffered an injury in 2007. And did struggle after that injury. She speaks of quite dark times. Took a long time to heal. Keely Shaw of Canada and Sean Morelli of the United States on track in heat number 2 in the women's 3K C4 individual pursuit qualifying. The 2 riders already completed. Remember, the top 2 go through to the gold medal, 3 and 4 to the bronze.
Keely Shaw, fastest of the first lap, as Morelli of USA just settles into position in the aeroballast now.
Shaw was a big horse rider and suffered an accident in horse riding at the age of 15 that left her with partial paralysis of her left side.
You see Shaw's gone out really, really, really hard over the first 500 meters. She holds the fastest time so far. Morelli may come back because she's now settling into her position.
I feel this is going to be very close, yeah. At the moment, it is Shaw who holds sway.
She's very aggressive. She's putting through a lot of power through the bike. Keely Shaw of Canada. You can see different styles of riding here because Keely Shaw is aggressive with the bike. She's putting so much power, big gear. And then we look at Sean Morelli of USA. She is very, very comfortable in her aerodynamic position. It's a long event, 3,000 meters.
Very, very tough event here. They're nearing the halfway mark. And another word from the coach for Sean Morelli.
Well, Sean Morelli, certainly a long way down on Keely Shaw of Canada. However, anything can happen in the last lap because at the moment it looks like Keely Shaw is actually going to catch Sean Morelli, but I have a feeling that Sean Morelli's got a little bit left in the tank.
She's looking solid on the bike, isn't she? She's very steady on the bike. Shaw is emptying her tank, really putting in a big effort here. Keely Shaw the Canadian. They're closing in on 2,000 meters, 1,000 to go. Once they get to that 2,000, Shaw is ahead quite comfortably.
Shaw is comfortably ahead, but surely this last few laps is really, really going to hurt Shaw. She's just gone out super, super, super hard.
It's such a difficult discipline, this, isn't it? You know the top 4 gets you into the medals, so you've got to be so, so strong in this event, knowing that you could ride a medal race later.
She has the advantage now of seeing Morelli, being able to chase, even though the legs are burning, the lactic acid's built up. Sometimes when you have something to chase, all of that can be blocked out. The amount of pain will be excruciating because of the power she's put out in the first couple of kilometers. Well, she's approaching now. Hopefully she can make that clean takeover in the straight. It'll take a lot of energy out of Keely Shaw of Canada, but she's done it, and she's done it in the most perfect way possible. And now it's only 1 lap to go. This is impressive. The way this ride has worked out for Keely Shaw may produce something very, very special.
Well, she's driving now is Keely Shaw. That's the bell for Morelli, but Shaw is wobbling a little as the fatigue kicks in, but she's going to put together a very, very good time here that'll put her at the top of the standings. And she has posted the fastest time, 3:44.012, as Morelli brings it home for the United States. And her time will be the 3rd fastest time. So Keely Shaw's efforts, 3:44.012, 5.6 seconds faster than Meg Lemon of Australia, and puts her, well, on the cusp. But with 4 riders still to ride, she is the fastest rider, knowing that the top 4 go through to the medal rounds. Well, Keely Shaw's just completed a thesis to a postdoctoral position at the University of Calgary on the influence of dark chocolate on cycling at high altitude. It'd be a fascinating read for all these athletes.
Well, that certainly was an impressive ride as we see the replay from Keely Shaw of Canada. C4 athlete, so powerful in that first kilometre that I'm so surprised that she was able to hold pace. And this helped that she had a rider to chase inside. And once she passed her, fortunately, she got into the sprinter's lane, onto that black line through the bend, getting just the ultimate benefit from the track, and then gets the bell directly, which is motivation to just put in for that last final lap. What a superb ride from Keely Shaw of Canada.
Now 4 riders remaining, 3:44.012. Will those riders be looking at changing their strategies and thinking, well, this is what I need to do to get into the medal rounds, or will they stick to their preordained plans and coaching strategies? Samantha Bosco from the United States and Anna Taylor from New Zealand are the 2 riders making their way onto the track now. The world record holder and defending champion is still to come in the last heat, but this is the penultimate heat. Samantha Bosco.
Please welcome in the back straight from New Zealand, world champion of the podium, Anna Taylor.
Anna Taylor. Well, Bosco, some redemption for her. Two former rowers are now on track at the Paralympic Games in the Paracycling Women's C4 3K individual pursuit. Bosco from the United States, Taylor from New Zealand. And they are now trying to put themselves in position to race for medals later on day 2 of the action here in the velodrome. The time that they're looking to beat, well, 3:44.012 is the fastest time. They have to go faster than that in order to put themselves in a chance of riding for a medal.
Anna Taylor of New Zealand has gone out super, super fast. She is the fastest on the track at the moment. But can she hold on for 3,000 meters to match that time of Keely Shaw, the New Zealander? Anna Taylor, 33 years of age. She began paracycling through the Paralympic New Zealand Talent Identification Camp in January 2018. So relatively new to the sport of paracycling. She is absolutely flying out there. She is still holding the fastest time on the track at this moment.
Well, Bosco missed out on Tokyo due to an injury and went through some very dark times post the games in Tokyo, having watched it, and she in fact took inspiration from a hummingbird she saw in her garden and thought, well, you just keep moving, keep flying, I'll get back on it. And she in fact had a hummingbird tattooed on her thigh as inspiration and reminder that she can give her absolute best here if she just keeps riding.
Yeah, super impressive ride so far from Taylor of New Zealand. She's got a very, very aerodynamic position. She is looking comfortable on the bike. She's currently the fastest rider out on the track.
Well, as a former rower, she has that engine, doesn't she? She won a scholarship to Oregon State University as a rower and was diagnosed with thyroid cancer in her first year there. Had surgery and recovered, and is a super athlete.
Yeah, another impressive Anna Taylor fact is that she's a very, very big supporter of youth mental health in New Zealand, in Hamilton, New Zealand, and obviously we all know the importance of mental health and targeting the support of young people who are struggling with mental health. It's admirable as we see Taylor now extending her lead. She's still the fastest out on the track. She looks comfortable.
Beautiful position, and New Zealand have a really good thing going with their track program across all their disciplines. And Anna Taylor is evidence of that here. She's well in control and looking to post the fastest time. Keely Shaw's time at 3:44.012 is the benchmark, and Taylor is well ahead of that on the track at the moment.
She's got good cadence. She's still on top of the gear.
What does Bosco have to do here? She's got to dig really deep over the last 500 here.
Well, two more riders to come after these two. They're in their final lap. Can Bosco do enough to qualify for the final? Well, Anna Taylor of New Zealand, she is likely to post the fastest time. Can she hold on? This is impressive.
Taylor's going to bring this home very, very impressively from Anna Taylor of New Zealand. She does go top of the timesheets at 3:42.137. Bosco, third fastest at this stage. So that for the American means she's just on the outside looking in at the medals. Bosco in third place with two riders still to come. Well, she could sneak in depending on what happens in the final heat. But Taylor, 3:42.137, 1.8 seconds faster than Shaw's time at 3:44.012.
Yeah, one more heat. Anna Taylor should be feeling confident that she'll have a ride for at least a medal here. Let's see, because in this competition, you have to qualify in one of the top 4 fastest times to be eligible to race for a medal.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it?
It's super, super tough. It'll be interesting to see how Anna Taylor, if she does get an opportunity to ride for a medal, how she backs up and recovers. The New Zealander, 33 years of age.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Recovery on a day like this.
And you can see it starting right now on the face. It's breathe deep, get the air into the lungs, get the oxygen to the muscles. Start the recovery now. Qualifying's done. I have a very good chance to be racing for a medal. I need to start thinking about my recovery. Bosco of the USA, she needs to keep her fingers crossed and just see what happens in this last heat to see if she has an opportunity to ride for a medal.
Our final heat in the women's C4 3000 individual pursuit. Emily Petricola of Australia is the defending champion, and Francisca Mettigliadori. Yeah, the Australians are loving it.
Little victory dance there to be at the top of the leaderboard at the Paralympics here in Paris 2024.
Well, they've still got to wait to see if Petricola can do that. She's coming out onto track now as the defending champion.
Yeah, the big favourite from Australia.
Another former rower. And this is Mathilde Dorig from Switzerland, physiotherapist. It was 9th in the TT over 500 meters. So Mathilde Dorig is clicked in and ready to race. The last of 4 heats in the women's C4 3K individual pursuit qualifying, and it's the defending champion Emily Petricola and the world champion on track for Australia, and Franziska Mathilde Dorig of Switzerland on the other side of the track.
Oh, Petricola riding a huge gear, and she got into the aero position very, very quickly. She's currently just slightly faster than the Swiss rider on the other side of the track, but however, they are racing for times here, not particularly against each other. Petricola has gone out quite conservatively, although she is the 2nd fastest on the track at the moment. It's the time of Anna Taylor, the New Zealander, 3:42 that she is chasing. Petricola still 2nd fastest out on the track. However, she's 44 years of age, so much experience. She already has her competition on the track in sight.
Yeah,
she's now the fastest rider out on the track. She has surpassed the time of the New Zealand rider, Anna Taylor. So Petricola, she is looking very good at this point. 2 more kilometers to ride.
To contextualize it, Taylor's time 3:42.137, Keely Shaw 3:44.012. Remember, the top 4 will race for medals here. Top 2 for gold and 3 and 4 for bronze. So plenty at stake.
Petricola just backing off a little bit, puts herself 2nd fastest to Anna Taylor. So it's changing every lap. There's Shane Kelly, the coach on the inside of the track, one of the most famous 1,000-meter time trial riders in the world. He is the coach of Petricola. Now, he is letting her know that she is right on schedule, so she's moved back into fastest on the track at the moment, as she'll now try to pass. She's going to unfortunately get stuck passing in the bend. That means she's got a lot more distance to travel, and she's struggling. She's struggling to overtake. This is not good for Petricola. She has to put that extra effort in to try and get around, and she's just stuck. So now she has ridden a much further distance around the track. She has to get around.
Well, Mathilde Dorig is almost using her as inspiration and fire. She's still in 5th place. Needs to go a little faster to try and get herself into the medal rounds. Petricola, though, finally gets past.
Well, that would have taken a lot of energy out of the legs of Petricola, but she is the fastest on the track at the moment. She's faster than Anna Taylor of New Zealand. However, will that effort affect her last 1.5 kilometres, or half a kilometre out on the track? Petricola now. She's fastest on the track.
And the Swiss rider still on the cusp there, 5th fastest. Taylor, Shaw and Bosco at the moment, the top 3. Petricola has the bell, and now we'll bring this home for Australia, the defending champion.
She's risen to the occasion for Australia, and she is going to post the fastest time. It's going to be close.
And it could be a very, very fast time. It will be a very fast time, a world record for Emily Petricola here. A sensational world record, because she's beaten her own world mark at 3:38.061, whilst Mathilde Dorig comes home 5th fastest in 3:46.499. Emily Petricola, world record once again. Delight for the Australians. No wonder they were dancing before she went on the track.
Look at that chainring. It's a huge chainring, a huge gear. Petricola so strong. She comes from Victoria, through the Victorian Institute of Sport, from St Kilda Cycling Club. and she took part in her first paracycling race back in 2015 in Ballarat. Ballarat being where the National Road Championships are held in Australia. What an absolute champion. So Amelie Petricola, she will be the one to beat. She'll race for gold against Anna Taylor. Australia and New Zealand in the gold medal race.
Well, this is, well, she did struggle to pass there, but clearly didn't have too much of an effect on her, because she managed to still post a time that was close to 3 seconds faster than her previous world record set in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games. So the defending champion is on song and in fine form in the women's C4 3K individual pursuit. Australia against New Zealand for the gold medal. What a race that promises to be. And then Keely Shaw and Samantha Bosco will race out for the bronze medal. But this was the pass that took her almost a lap to complete.
Yeah, I just wonder, coming into the final gold medal ride against the New Zealander, how much that would have taken out of the legs. Shane Kelly, he is absolutely ecstatic with that new world record. And a significantly huge improvement from Tokyo. Oh, all the hard work over the last few years.
Yeah, this is what you want, isn't it? Bring your very best form when it matters most on the biggest stage of them all here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games in the para-track discipline, and Amelie Petricola has done just that.
Well, she's taken nearly 2 seconds off her world record from Tokyo. Paralympic record.
Yeah, and she'll take some encouragement from the fact that she is so comfortably ahead of Anna Taylor in her qualifying time, 6.2 seconds. Keely Shaw and Samantha Bosco will race out the bronze medal. And, well, Francisca Matilla-Dorig just missing out. Very, very close indeed. Less than a second in 5th place. Action about to commence at the velodrome and the paracycling track competitions. It is the qualifying rounds for the men's C2 3K individual pursuit. And this is the start list. Starting solos, Arshad Sheikh of India, and then we will have 4 more heats. Down to one that is really loaded with expectation. Alexandre Liete and Darren Hicks. Before then, well, it's all about who can go fastest, because just the fastest 2 riders will go through the race for gold, 3rd and 4th for the bronze medal. That's the world record set in Glasgow at the World Championships in August in 2023 by the Frenchman, and then well, his Paralympic record, of course, in Tokyo at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, as Luete went on to win that gold medal, and he is, of course, the world champion as well. Darren Hicks was the silver medalist in Tokyo. What a big moment for 31-year-old Arshad Sheikh from India. Studied political science, but now he is about to take his first pedal strokes as a Paralympian. Previously as a taekwondo player, and then he's also been involved in para swimming and para archery and bodybuilding. Now is his chance to shine on this beautiful velodrome, a home of French track cycling. Well, the Bretons are out on force. They'll be supporting the Frenchman when he goes in the heat number 5. Always tough to go first because you have to set a mark, and no one really knows what sort of time is going to be. You haven't got a time to aim at. Not that perhaps that's how you plan your ride, but nevertheless you're out there on your own trying to set a mark. Well, Luete has a big support base here. It's all up in the stands in their t-shirts with his face on them. First heat in the men's C3K individual pursuit in the qualifying rounds. Solitary rider, and it is this man, Arshad Sheikh. Mother calls him Arshu. And the 31-year-old is about to get the whole of India on his side now as he makes his way up onto the track in his first Paralympic paracycling experience. No doubt there will be nerves. It is without question a natural reaction to an environment like this. It's how you channel those nerves and use them to your advantage. Been riding on and off since 2003. First rider on track in the men's C2 3K individual pursuit, qualifying 12 laps of this track, and setting the initial time is Arshu Sheikh of India, the 31-year-old on his Paralympic debut. Former bodybuilder, para swimmer and para archer from Nandial in Andhra Pradesh, on India's southeast coast.
He certainly has participated in a lot of different sports, with wheelchair fencing, para-swimming, para-athletics. He was a bodybuilder, and before his accident competed at state level in taekwondo, so he's very well rounded when it comes to competing, but this is a new level. Paralympic Games.
He was 5th at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year, but he will need to set a time here that will be the benchmark in a competition that sees some really, really big names coming later on in this, but this will be a very, very good experience for India's Sheikh. They have 84 athletes in 12 sports at these games.
You can see he has a lot of support in the crowd. So much that the commissaires nearly delayed the start due to the noise of excitement from the crowd for Arshad Sheikh of India. He has a lot of support here. What an experience.
Yeah, I mean, in India really are building their Paralympic participation. Their best games since their debut in 1968 was in Tokyo in 2020 when they won 19 medals, 5 gold, 8 silver and 6 bronze. So it can only but be good for the future.
Incredible start of development for the Indian Cycling Federation. The coach, they're very focused. A different method of communicating with the athletes. Usually it's just a point at a line or a board with a number on it. It's very hard to hear any information through those aero helmets to cover the ears.
With the crowd cheering him on, and they've been fantastic as he comes now. He'll get a sign from his coach, Sheikh. 1,200 meters to go, and he's now really fighting and working hard.
You can just see sometimes when a rider starts to move around on the saddle that they're really, really struggling. But Sheikh's handling this last part of the 3,000 meter individual pursuit quite well. It's the C2 category we're watching. And the very first rider of this category out on the track.
All the other athletes will be in 2-rider heats because there are 9 athletes. He gets the first one. His coach is saying, up the tempo, up the tempo. If you can, if you've got it in the tank.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. He says, I want more from you. I want you to give me a bit more. Well, that's a very difficult thing to do.
Easy for the coach to do standing trackside. It's a very, very different thing for the athlete out on the track. And Sheikh is doing a grand job here in bringing it to the finish. Well, he'll look to their most successful Paralympian, Devendra Chajihara, an athlete with 2 golds and a silver between 2004 and 2020, as inspiration. And he will be inspiring millions in his home country to get on their bikes and compete, or in whatever sport it is, to take on the challenge, because he's bringing it home here. First rider in this heat, the men's C3K individual pursuit. Arshad Sheikh of India will complete his first Paralympic experience here in 4:29.49. Well done, the man from Nandyal in Andhra Pradesh. They'll be roaring their approval back in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
See the replay. What I saw was quite impressive, because when he was asked to give a little bit more on the last final lap, it did seem that he had a little bit extra just to empty the tank. So no doubt he'll be impressed with his performance here in Paris.
They are. It was wonderful.
Yeah, the crowd are loving it. That was one of the biggest cheers I've actually heard, apart from the French riders being on the track. A lot of support for Arshad Sheikh of India.
Yeah, they've got all those supporters. They've got lots of athletes to support around the games in 12 different sports, 84 athletes. So in the C2 category, remember the classification, C1 is the most impaired, and then it's down to C5, which is the least impaired athletes. So this is the C2 classification, and also making his debut in the games, the silver medalist in the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou. And from Panama, Esteban Godard. his nation's only competitor at the Paralympic Games. Heat number 2 in the 3K individual pursuit for classification C2 riders. And Golibek Mirzoriev of Uzbekistan and Esteban Gorad Medica of Panama are on track now. The benchmark time is 4:29.49. And remember, in these qualification rounds, the fastest 2 riders will qualify for gold. The next 2 will race for bronze.
Well, they're quite close at the moment. You see the Uzbekistan rider pulling away now. Really, really getting into his rhythm, really building his speed very, very quickly.
Mirzoriev of Uzbekistan finding good rhythm and very still on the bike. The other side of the track from Panama, Gorad Medica. Well, there he is. They've only had 8 medals in Paralympic Games competition, all by Said Gomez in the athletics between 1992 and 2000. Never more than 2 athletes at the Games, and Gorad Medica, Panama's only athlete at this year's Paralympic Games. Zoriev. Well, this is looking good for the man from Uzbekistan.
Zoriev, he has now got in his sights the rider from Panama. There may be a pass. Looks like it's bound to happen in this 3,000-meter individual pursuit.
Halfway through the race now. Encouragement and advice and information from Mirzoriev. Makes the catch and the pass, so without too much trouble.
Yeah, perfectly done in the back straight. He's the fastest rider on the track at the moment. Mirzoriev of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, it's starting to hurt now, isn't it? 1,000 meters to go.
Although he's caught the rider from Panama, here's Esteban is the second fastest rider out on the track at the moment. Well, they're inside of the last 1 kilometre of this 3,000-metre individual pursuit. C2 category.
He's putting in a huge effort now, isn't he, as he tries to bring this home and post a time that'll stand up against those coming later in the competition. Amongst them, the defending champion, the world champion. He wants to put down a marker that makes them think they'll have to go faster than they've ever been before.
Zurov just getting some information from inside the track. The coach, we can see that his bike and his adaptation has been worked on with absolute complete perfection, wind tunnel tested.
There's the bell for Mirzoriev. Mirzoriev is going to bring it home in the fastest time, there's no doubt about that. And he finishes with 3:52.446. Gorad Medica still has 3:50 to go. He'll drive it as fast and as hard as he can to try and beat the time of Arshad Sheikh.
Well, he's likely to do that. He's having quite a good ride.
There we go, 4:15.860 is the second fastest time, but Golibek Mirzoriev is the fastest qualifier at 3:52.44 as it stands now. 6 riders still to get on track. But well done to Uzbekistan's Olibek Mirzoryarov.
And just as a reminder, out of these riders, only the top 4 will compete for medals. So it's all about riding the fastest possible time to qualify for those medal ride-offs. The first 2 fastest times will ride for gold and silver, and the 3rd and 4th fastest time for the bronze medal. There's the pass. There was not much to it actually. It was done with perfection in the back straight. Speed of Uzbekistan was so much faster than the rider of Panama, Esteban, at 25 years of age, but he's had a good ride. Straight onto the road bike to roll down the ramp.
So 3 riders completed, and now we move to heat number 3 in the men's C 3K individual pursuit. Matthew Robertson and Telmo Pinau of Portugal. Robertson of Great Britain, 25-year-old, and Pinau, well, very experienced in his 3rd games. The 44-year-old from Portugal, just sitting and waiting patiently for his bike to be set into the gate. Omnium bronze at the World Championships in Rio in March this year for Robertson, making his Paralympic debut. The misfortune of breaking his leg back in 2022 when he was hit by a car. Recovered sufficiently from that and has got himself into the Great Britain Paralympic team. 21 athletes the Great Britain team have here at the Games. Eighth in Rio in this discipline and 11th in the individual time trial on the road. Attention to detail there. Making sure the chute covers are in place, and he's cleated in. Doesn't want to come loose as he imparts that huge power at the start. They're now waiting patiently on the other side of the track. Both riders have a countdown clock they will look at out of their left eye as they count down to the start, which is in 10 seconds from now. Heat number 3 in the men's 3K individual pursuit, and Matthew Robertson of Great Britain in his Paralympic debut. And in his 3rd games, Telmo Pinau, the 44-year-old Portugal rider.
Well, big expectations from Matthew Robinson himself at his first Paralympic Games. He is hoping to make it into the medal ride-offs, so he'd need time in the fastest 4 of all starters. He's gone out super hard.
He has indeed. Fastest time so far on the track at this stage. Still very early.
Great Britain Paralympians, they all say they have the benefit of training under the same roof as the able-bodied competitors. They have the same coaches, all the same equipment, the fastest bike in the world there, the Lotus Hope.
Wow, he's
rumoured to be introduced on the road in the individual time trial. Well, he makes that pass look very easily. Makes a little bit more distance on the track, having to pass in the bend, but Robinson, he's giving everything he's got. Oh, he looks aerodynamic, doesn't he? Looks good.
Rock solid. Yeah, the setup in Manchester is quite possibly the best around, and Great Britain make great use of it. They send their riders off to training camps. There's a fantastic history and legacy to build on as well. Well, Portugal's Pinau doing all he can. He wants to stay within a time that'll put him somewhere close perhaps to Mrzoryov, who was the fastest qualifier prior to this, 3:52.446, because Robertson is absolutely flying, the fastest on the track thus far. Closes in on the 2,000 meter mark.
A lot can happen in the last kilometre of this 3,000 metre individual pursuit, but Matthew Robinson's looking so comfortable. Very, very well positioned on the super fast bike. It's got the wide forks for aerodynamics. It's got the wide rear seat stays as well to avoid any vortex from the spinning legs. Very, very advanced technology there, but it's all about the position and the power you can produce on such a machine. It's all a combination. That's why they do use wind tunnels very often.
Top of his saddle, it is Pinau who is giving his all now, but Robertson is closing in rapidly. It could be a second catcher for Matthew Robertson.
Well, whether or not, Gerald, it'll definitely give him some incentive with 1 lap to go.
And that Paralympic record, beg your pardon, Rochelle, is under threat from Robertson here. You feel 3:31.478 is the Paralympic record. A second catch might cost him, but he does it well.
He does it really well. He uses the banking of the track to build a little bit more speed coming into the straight. He throws for the line. It is a Paralympic record from Matthew Robinson. Wow, can't ask for more than that. It has to be a personal record, a Paralympic record.
3:28.381, and he consigns Alexander Lete's time of 3:31.478 to the history books set in Tokyo at the 2020 Paralympic Games. Well ridden, Matthew Robertson in his first Paralympic Games. He's put down a marker, whilst Telmo Pinau of Portugal is just outside the time of Mrzoryov, and he finishes third fastest at this stage.
Well, superb by Robinson. He was the unknown coming in. He's been riding a bike since he was 12 years old, a massive passion of his. He always said he wanted to be a road and a track rider, and here he is at his first Paralympic Games, setting a Paralympic record. Well, now he has to wait and see what the last 4 riders can produce out on the track. Oh. Beautiful passes there. Unfortunately in the bend, but gave him a great benefit coming into the final lap, as he was able to use the speed off the banking. He looks up at the scoreboard with absolute delight.
And celebrates, does Matthew Robertson, as he goes to the top of the standings with 4 riders still to come. And remember, only 4 will race for their medals. Well, Robertson has set a blistering time now for those remaining 4 riders to challenge. And to challenge them, you vote Fromant, Shota Kawamoto, Alexander Luete and Darren Hicks. This is heat number 4, and this is the Belgian rider. You vote Fromant. Silver at the World Championships. He is a world champion in the individual pursuit. Unfortunately, in this event in Tokyo, Fromant was disqualified. Went on to win the individual time trial on the road in the silver. He won the silver there, so redeemed himself, but he wants to put a ride together here. Heat number 4 in the men's 3K individual pursuit C2 classification for Belgium. Ivo Fromant. And on the other side of the track, starting for Japan, Shota Kawamoto, the bronze medalist at the World Championship. Time to beat 3:28.373, a blisteringly fast Paralympic record time, said earlier in the program. Kawamoto's gone out well. Looking very fast indeed. Kawamoto's second fastest of all the riders thus far. after 500 meters. Roland starting a little more steadily. Will build into his 12 laps here. Well, he's got a big support base in the stands. Roland, they've come not far to support the Belgian. Family and friends out in the stands, whilst Kawamoto, a small pocket of supporters. But they're vociferous enough and they'll be encouraged by what they're seeing here.
It's going to be very interesting to see if Roland can bring this back, because he did get the better of Kawamoto at the World Championships, where Roland finished second and Kawamoto in third earlier this year.
Yeah, the question is, has he gone out maybe a little too hard? We'll wait and see.
He's still flying at this point, but as we know, it only takes a second to blow up. Well, Vermont, he'll be getting information from his coach on the inside of the track. He's now starting to bring it back a little bit.
Around about 3 seconds between them at the moment.
Still more than a kilometre to travel in this 3,000 metre individual pursuit. It's the C2 category. Oh, we can see Vermont coming back now. He's in a very, very aerodynamic position. Kawamoto from Japan starts to wiggle around a little bit on the saddle. He's trying to give everything he's got. While he's got this advantage, Kawamoto is still in the lead.
Yeah, but he's brought it back, hasn't he, from Belgium. He's finishing strong here.
Well, he'll know he's had the better of the Japanese rider at the World Championships. Can he do it again? At the moment on the track, it's getting closer and closer.
Oh, it's so close. Kawamoto's just ahead, but not by much. This is going to be a very, very close race. Of course, they're not racing each other. They're racing for a time here. But of course, in essence, they are racing each other, because the top four will go to the medal rounds.
Well, they'll have two more riders after they finish, so it's very important. And Vermont now takes the lead.
Yeah, he's gone to the front in the final lap when it matters most. A really strong performance here from Vermont, showing his endurance capabilities here. Kawamoto is having to empty the tank here. But
now the fastest on the track, Gerald.
Yep, he's finishing well, and look how well he's finished. A new Paralympic record, 3:27.640 by Eiffel Tower, and he timed it perfectly. Kawamoto led for 2/3 of that race, finishes with 3:29.875. But it is Eiffel Tower of Belgium, top of the pile.
Well, there'll be a very nervous Frenchman now who, before today, held the Paralympic record, being broken twice in the last 10 minutes.
Well, that is a very, very impressive ride by Eiffel Tower. He timed it, he paced himself, he knew what he was doing. He wasn't too concerned with Kawamoto's blistering start as he set the early benchmark. But the Belgian got stronger and stronger as Kawamoto started to fade at the business end of the race.
Oh, we have two more very, very experienced fast riders to complete the qualifying. The top four fastest riders will compete for medals. But Vermont, he knows he couldn't have done any better than a Paralympic record, personal best, pulled out the goods on the day. No matter what happens in the next heat with the next two riders, he's done the best he possibly could. And let's see if that's enough to race for gold, or whether he'll be racing for bronze. So, two very experienced riders on the track, ready to complete this qualifying session.
Well, the most nervous person here will be Chateau Kawamoto in third place there, 3:29.875. This will be a big moment, because this is the world champion. It is the defending champion. Alexandre Léoté from France. Huge welcome. And 39-year-old Darren Hicks.
A silver medalist in Tokyo. Let's see these riders. They are the two fastest on paper. What can they produce on the day?
Well, he's from Brittany, Saint-Caradec, in Brittany on the west coast of France. And there's a big support base here for him. The crowd are going to carry him. The final heat of 5 in the men's C2 3K individual pursuit qualifying competition. Top 4 qualify for the medals. First 2 for gold, 3rd and 4th for bronze. And on track, the defending champion and world champion Alexandre Léoté there from France. And Darren Hicks, the silver medalist in Tokyo. This is going to be some race.
Oh, Luther, he has gone out super fast, excited by the crowd and the support. The Frenchman is absolutely flying. After a couple of laps, he has the Australian in sight. Has he gone out too fast, Luther? He's very, very excited.
Wow, this is so fast. It is 12 laps of the track. And, well, he's going to rely, I'm sure, in part on the vociferous, raucous crowd waving their flags and cheering him around this 250-meter track. But he cannot do that all the way around because he's going to have to dig very deep over the last 1,000.
Alexandre Léoté, he is the fastest man on the track at this point. And he is just going out incredibly fast. It would just be amazing if he could hold on to this speed. He's on one of those super fast aerodynamic bikes. He has one of the most aerodynamic positions you will ever see in cycling. Léoté, can he hold on? You can see now that his approach towards the Australian is stalling a little bit, just slightly.
Yeah, as Darren Hicks starts to find his rhythm as well here, perhaps just hanging onto the coattails of that crowd noise, but it is Léoté who's dropped off a little bit here. So he's digging deep, heading towards the 2,000-meter mark is Alexandre Léoté. What a ride, but he's got to be wary. His Paralympic record was snatched away by Eiffel Tower of Belgium a short while ago. And perhaps that is something he's wanting to chase down a little too eagerly. Has to pace himself over the final 1,000 meters to keep it all together.
Well, he's had that rider of Darren Hicks, the Australian, in sight for some time now. Just slowly creeping in on Darren Hicks, the rider from Norwood Cycling Club in Australia, 39 years of age. He began paracycling in 2015. Prior to his accident, he was a BMX rider. But here comes Léoté. He is closing in. Once he gets into that slipstream, this will give him a huge benefit chasing back his Paralympic record. Can he do it?
Well, he's in position now, but it is going to be tough as Hicks is making it really hard for him to make the catch. He might have to do it on the bend, which is not ideal for Léoté. He's sitting off just a little, maybe on the straight now. The bell for the Frenchman. Léoté, can he close out this race and perhaps take back his Paralympic record? Will he break his world record, 3:25.888? That stands from Glasgow last year at the World Championships. Here he comes. He hasn't made the pass yet, but he's coming towards the finish here. Léoté, can he make it? And he's going to break the world record in front of his home fans. As Darren Hicks continues, it is Alexandre Léoté, the world champion, the Paralympic champion, who breaks the world record in the qualifying rounds.
Well, he had a huge benefit chasing the man of Australia, Darren Hicks, who unfortunately misses out slightly for a chance to compete for a medal. However, Léoté, wow, we expected a Paralympic record, but a world record, that's a completely different story.
Well, his previous mark set in Glasgow at the World Championships in August last year, 3:25.888. He's dropped below 3:25, 3:24.298, so over a second better. Darren, sadly for the Australian. Well, he was silver in Tokyo. He won't be racing for a medal here. And he is in 5th place. But this has been a phenomenal ride by the Frenchman.
Yeah, he looks absolutely superb. He's, as I said, he's on the fastest equipment in the world. His setup is absolutely beautiful. He was in one of the most aerodynamic positions I've ever seen in cycling's history. And everything went his way in order to break that world record here in Paris. Wow, look at the delight. Look at, he knows that was higher than expectations today.
Yeah, and what it meant to him to do it in front of his fans, his family, his friends. We saw the Breton flag flying in the stands there. They have come from a long way to support Alexander Loueten. He's delivered for them. He will be in the final to race for gold against Belgium's Ewout Frommand, with Matthew Robertson of Great Britain in his first Paralympic Games up against Kawamoto Shota for the bronze medal. Hicks ridden out into 5th place by 4 seconds or so. But that is how they finish. And there is the man of the moment right now. Well, he's set this track alight.
What a performance. Incredible.
We move on now to our next contest. This is the men's C3, 3,000 metres individual pursuit.
So the qualifying lineup for the C3 3K individual pursuit. One rider from Malaysia to ride on his own, Mohamed Azimazan. And then alongside him, well, after him, they'll be chasing Jaco van Gaas, of course. He's the world record holder, the Paralympic record holder. He did that in Tokyo at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. He is here. So Malaysia with 30 athletes at these games. They have 6 cyclists in the Paralympic Games, and Mohamed Adi Raimi Amizazan, just 23. First rider on track in the qualifying for the men's C3 3K individual pursuit. And it is Mohamed Adi Raimi Amazizan in his Paralympic debut here. Going to set the early mark. Those riders still to come: Thomas Periton-Date, Alexandra Hayward of Canada, Finn Graham and Jaco van Gaas of Great Britain, Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain, and Devon Briggs from New Zealand. Those are the remaining riders to come. So they will be watching eagerly to see the time set by a man who's making his debut at the Paralympic Games for Malaysia. He won 16 medals since making their Paralympics debut back in 1972. 6 golds, 4 in athletics, 1 in powerlifting, 1 in badminton. And they all came in the last 2 Paralympic Games, which speaks volumes for the work being done in Malaysia in getting more and more athletes to reach a level which they can compete at the Paralympic Games. 1,000 meters done in this 3,000 meter event. And Amazizan, well, it stands to reason that he's the fastest on track, because he is the only one on track so far.
Yeah, the first rider out on the track for men's C3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. And the Malaysian's first appearance at a Paralympic Games, and he looks quite good, I must say. Very aerodynamic and stable on the bike. He's able to handle the double disc wheels. Very aerodynamic. So 23 years of age, huge potential ahead for Amiza Khan of Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia have done great work in building their track cycling program over the years. They host a World Cup there, of course, and it's fantastic to see so many of the riders now emerging onto the biggest stages of them all.
And we'll also see this rider, Mohammed from Malaysia. He'll also ride the road race here in Paris. He's getting word from his coach now just to lift a little bit. As I said earlier, he's pushing a very, very big gear, so a lower cadence. Is he able to hold on to the power and the speed?
It's brutally hard out there on your own on this track, trying to set a benchmark time. And the lactic acid kicking in now on the last 1,000 meters. Trying to keep it steady and keep it strong. And bring it home. Here's Amizazan.
Oh, within the Malaysian national team, he has two different coaches for the track and for the road. So they will have to communicate and work well together throughout the years leading up to the big championships and games. Check out that front chainring, as we said, a huge gear for the Malaysian rider, only 23 years of age. He's on his final lap at his first Paralympic Games.
Well, it's a great job. And the nerves were there, no doubt, at the start. His coach is saying, go, 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 go. And he stops the clock at 3:47.922. That's almost half a minute behind the world record set by Jakob van Gas. But there is the time, well ridden by Mohammed Adi Raimi Amizazan of Malaysia.
Well, at 23 years of age, he's got some work to do, but he has already nailed his position, his aerodynamics.
Not giving anything away about his time there, but no doubt, just I suppose in your first Paralympic race, you first off want to have a nice clean race and deliver your best, and he's done just that, and there's a sense of perhaps a little bit of a relief having done that.
Well, imagine the nerves and the, I wouldn't say confusion, but the overload of the first Paralympic event is so much to take in.
Well, support all around the track now for another French star. Also making his Paralympic debut, 39-year-old Thomas Perrodon-Dardet. '23 silver medalist in the road race at the World Championships, C3. Yeah, Pan-Para champion from Chile last year in 2023, Alexandra Hayward. Also a debutante. It's wonderful to see so many debutantes at these Paralympic Games, particularly here on the para track competition. On track now in heat number 2 in the men's C3 3K individual pursuit qualifying. It is France's Thomas Perrodon-Dardet and from Canada, Alexandra Hayward, both debutantes in the Paralympic Games. Hayward, former ice hockey player at provincial level, then tried a wheelchair basketball and was using cycling as a training method for his wheelchair basketball. Then he did something during COVID when he won a mountain bike race. He comes from that mountain biking hotbed of Bromont in Quebec, and suddenly caught the attention of the Canadian Paralympic team. And here he is in the Paralympic Games.
Well, the home crowd is certainly excited. The French rider again going out super, super, super fast.
Fastest on track this stage for Peloton Dade, the Frenchman, a policeman. Well, he was a policeman until he became an elite athlete, and he's still with the police force, but in their sports setup. Followed his father into the police force and did night shifts and trained in the daytime.
It's just amazing to comprehend that Thomas from France, he only took up paracycling in 2021. So he looks like he's been out there for years and years.
Yeah, and won a silver medal at the Road Champs a year and a half later. So he's clearly got it, and he's showing it here on this track in front of the French fans, inspired perhaps by performances of his fellow athletes here who've really responded to the support of the crowd.
Well, there is no doubt, Gerald, is there, that there's such a benefit of a home crowd. I mean, even in the couple of years leading up to the Paralympics, knowing that you have the ability to compete in front of a home crowd as such an event is such a big build-up for the riders from France. When you see there's been a hugely fast start from Thomas.
He's closing in on the 1,000-meter mark now. He's got 1,000 meters to go. This is when it gets really, really difficult. The man from Muret in southwest France is having to empty the tank now, bury himself here, reward these fans with his best efforts. Hayward, likewise for Canada, doing all he can, and he's holding well. There's Alexander Hayward. He's not too far off the pace here, the Canadian.
Yeah, certainly a chance to make the top four and a chance for a medal. As we see Hayward giving everything.
Well, he's over the 1,000 to 2,000, he's taken 2 seconds back, so he's done really well here. All focus now for Peloton Dade of France. Still the fastest man on track, but it is close. It is very close.
It looks to me, Gerald, that he may have gone out a little bit too fast, because now the tables have turned and it's Hayward of Canada that takes the lead. The fastest rider out on the track with half a lap to go.
This is it. This is the final lap, and Hayward has timed it beautifully there. Hit the last lap and took the lead, and Peloton Dade has had to work hard, but it is Hayward who's going to be the fastest on track. 3:26.940, and Peloton Dade 3:28.192, 1.25 seconds down. Well, it was, he got perhaps carried away on that wave of excitement and emotion with the big crowd charging him, cheering him away from the start. Hayward kept his focus, kept his pace, and kept his powder dry until it mattered most in that final lap. Remember, 2 fastest times will race for gold. Next 2 will race for bronze in an event that really does come down to milliseconds. Just 9 riders in it.
As we see the replay here, it was an explosive start from Hayward, the Canadian. He really did get out of the blocks very strong, but once he got into that aerodynamic tuck position, he just settled into his own rhythm. He really rode specifically to his strategically planned schedule from the coach. Whereas the rider from France, the build-up, the excitement, the crowd, it's very hard to control yourself in that first kilometre. And unfortunately, the first 2.5 kilometres were just too explosive, as Hayward really turned up the pace in the last lap. Last 2 laps, Hayward really brought it back. He's fastest rider at the top of the table at the moment.
Heat number 3 in the 3K individual pursuit for C3 classification athletes. This is 24-year-old Finn Graham from Great Britain. Started out riding mountain bikes in that also Scottish hotbed of mountain biking, Glentress Forest. And multiple world champion. Eduardo Santos Asensio. Away they go. And it is Finn Graham and Eduardo Santos Asensio from Spain on track now. Remember, top 4 qualifier. There are only 2 to come after this. Time to beat 3:26.940 is the fastest time thus far.
Finlay Graham, Great Britain has gone out extremely fast, the fastest of all riders at this point, and he is already in the absolute tuck position. He's on the aerodynamic Lotus Hope bike. He's in the most aerodynamic position possible. He is one of the big favourites here. He'll be riding particularly to schedule rather than on pure adrenaline and excitement. Might see something special produced here by Great Britain's Finlay Graham.
Silver medal in Rio, Graham, and he's a 2-time world champion, once on this track, in fact, in 2022, and again in Glasgow last year, in front of his home fans, Finn Graham, and now he's up against Santos Asensio, 4th in Tokyo, but a 12-time track world champion across the disciplines.
Well, he certainly looks strong out there at the moment on the track.
Graham is to the good by a fairly sizable margin. So strong on the bike, such a good posture and position.
Yeah, some impressive ride.
Yeah, just minimizing any movement, sideways movement, just focusing on moving forward as fast as possible and keeping his body as steady as possible. Lots of work in the gym and preparation to get his body in the shape it is required to be in to contend for medals here.
Well, whilst these riders are out there producing the maximum powers that they possibly can, they have to mentally keep telling themselves, stay stable, stay stable. There are so many things they need to concentrate on: the line on the track, move up to the red if you can in these straights, and down to the black through the bends. Breathing, they have to remind themselves to keep deep breathing. They have to especially stay stable just to reduce aerodynamic drag.
And the more preparation and the hard work you do, those things fall into place as you get on the bike, and it works well. But in the deep end of the race, which is now, things start to unravel if the preparation hasn't been as nailed on as you possibly can be. And Graham looks as though he's done it beautifully. He's starting to close in on Asensio now with a bell. He might not catch him, but he's certainly going to post a very good time here.
Yeah, he'll definitely benefit from well, he had the benefit of chasing, but now he has to go a little bit wider on the track, but this will be a good finish.
Well, there's the new world record for Finn Graham, 3:17.314. What a ride for Finn Graham. And Eduardo Santos Asensio, 3:25.874. But Graham has posted a time that will send ripples through the center of this track, with 2 riders still to come.
I did sense we'd see something impressive from Finn Graham, but we've said this in the past, when a rider looks so smooth and in control, it's difficult to comprehend how fast they're actually going out there, but a world record, that's impressive.
Massively so. Well, as you're saying, it's all about preparation and focus. Obviously, you've got to execute on the track, which is what Finn Graham did here in perfect fashion.
So as we say on this final lap, he had to take a little bit of extra distance on the track, but he did get the benefit of the sloping of the track coming into the pursuit line there and post a world record. Well, Graham Finlay goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that is something special, because the world record holder prior to this event is next on track, and he's also from Great Britain, and he's the defending champion as well. So he's going to be up against well, it's so fantastic to see so many young riders coming to the para track competition here at the Paralympic Games. 20-year-old Devon Briggs from New Zealand, who've just got a steady line now of world-class track athletes. But that's who he's going to have to contend with. Jaco van Gas from Great Britain. His story has been told many a time. He made a sensational debut appearance in Tokyo. Won 2 golds and a bronze medal there. And the man born in South Africa, joined the British Armed Forces. And this is Devon Briggs, the 20-year-old from New Zealand, enjoys the freedom of the bike. Well, he's going to feel it here. Support in the stands. A fascinating contest here. The world champion over the C3 3,000 meter individual pursuit up against the world champion in the individual time trial over 1,000 meters. This is going to be a really, really interesting contest. This is the world champion van Gas over 3K individual pursuit, and Briggs is the time trial world champion over 1,000 meters.
Yeah, which means we might see Briggs go out a little faster, struggle, but he hasn't. It's all Van Gas at the moment from Great Britain. He's on a mission because he really, really wants that Paralympic record.
Well, he's just seen his Paralympic record taken by his teammate Finley Graham, and he wants to have that back. And not only was it a Paralympic record, it was a world record, which Van Gas owed to both of those from Tokyo. At those Paralympic Games. Well, he was born in Middelburg in South Africa in the province of Mpumalanga, and left the country after finishing school there, joined the armed forces, and injured on his second tour of duty in Afghanistan when an RPG rocket hit him, lost his right arm and plenty of internal injuries, but he's gone on to achieve great things since then.
Yeah, well, Jaco van Gas of Great Britain is currently the fastest rider on the track. So, faster than his teammate, Finlay Graham, just broke the world record. It's all Van Gas at the moment. He's approaching a takeover. It's Devon Briggs of New Zealand he's chasing, the young 20-year-old that took up the sport in 2014 in Cambridge, New Zealand. He's just about to be passed by an absolutely flying Jaco van Gas.
Well, there's the pass made on the straight in ideal fashion as Van Gas now approaches the 2,000 meter mark, and well, he wants to post a fast time to go top of the timing sheets, and that will post. If he does, he will break his teammate's world record, just broken a short while ago. And he's going about it in very, very good fashion here, Van Gas.
Yeah, at the moment he's really much faster than his teammate, Finlay Graham, so he's on world record pace.
Yeah, he went through that 2,000 meter mark nearly 4 seconds faster than Graham. This could be something very, very special here. Jaco van Gas, he summited Aconcagua. He's walked to the North Pole. He attempted Everest. Weather prevented that from happening, but he is now on track and looking at regaining a world record here. Just tiring as one would at the deep end of the race here.
Well, Dan Briggs from New Zealand is also in contention to ride for a medal.
Absolutely, top 4 go through to the medal rounds here. Van Gas is driving for home here. The world record is going to go here, I fancy, if he keeps it steady. Jaco van Gas is going to snatch back the record he lost a few minutes ago to his teammate Finlay Graham. He crosses the line, he does that. Jaco van Gas is back. 3:15, 4:88. He is back as the world record holder. He's the defending champion. As Briggs drives for home, can he reach the round? No, he can't. He can't reach the medal round. Devon Briggs, the 20-year-old, just outside the time of Alexandra Hayward by the narrowest of margins. Yes. Really, really tight. And he will be bitterly disappointed at that, but encouraged by his first ride on the track.
Yeah, only 20 years of age. It is super disappointing that it was only 1,000th of a second and he could have been racing for a bronze medal. However, Devon Briggs of New Zealand, he has a huge, huge career ahead of him. Jaco van Gas, he'll race his teammate for a gold medal. Finn Graham
known as JVG. He's done the job here. And Great Britain have 2 men racing for gold. Jaco van Gas. Well, he's produced a biography called Unequivocal. And there was evidence of that in this performance here. Unequivocally the fastest on the track at 3:15.488. Jaco van Gas, as he would be known in his home country, Van Gas. And he's done a great job. So, yeah, he's got to come back and do the job again in the medal races. Confirmation of the results in the C3 3K individual pursuit then. Jaco van Gas breaks the world record to qualify for the gold medal, and he will race the previous world record holder by a few minutes, Finn Graham, not by a few minutes in time, by a few minutes ahead of him. Eduardo Santos Asensio and Alexandra Hayward, who produced a sensational final lap to snip in and race for the bronze.
Wow, look at that. Absolute exhaustion and elation at the same time. It's just a really good feeling when a rider puts it all together on the day, isn't it? It's just, when you see the best, most deserving rider achieve the ultimate, it's just a wonderful feeling.
It does, you know, it's vindication. All the hard work and commitment and preparation, sacrifice, that he's been away from home, preparing, doing altitude camps and racing around the world to qualify, to arrive at Paris in this velodrome in the best possible condition, and then to get on the track and produce a result like that. We've got one qualifying event to come, and that is the women's B 1,000 meter time trial. That'll be in a short while. So the start list for the women's B 1,000 meter time trial qualifying, and this is our final event of the qualifying here on day 2 at the para track cycling competition in the velodrome. And we have 6 heats. One of them will be a solo ride by Thailand, and then we will have 5 two-rider heats. This is for riders with visual impairment. Sophie Thornhill's record goes back to 2018, one of the oldest world records here. Larissa Claessen's Paralympic record from the Tokyo Games. Well, that may come under threat later on in the competition. So Thailand have a team here. Vatarobon Bunmalat, who is the stoker, the visually impaired athlete, and her pilot is Kanyarat Kethalonlanga. Heat 1 in the women's B 1,000-meter time trial. 4 laps of the track. B denotes athletes with a visual impairment, and riding for Thailand, Vatarobon Bunmalat. We have a sighted pilot on the front of the tandem. Kanyarat Kethalonlang is her pilot. World record time of 1:04.623 of Sophie Thornhill from 2018. The Paralympic record is 1:05.291. Larissa Claessen of the Netherlands. Away go our first athlete in the the women's B 1,000 meter time trial, and it is 4 laps of the track. And the format here is that of these athletes, 6 riders will qualify for the final. And they will race it out for the medals. So on track, first up, riding as a solo rider, Vatarobon Bunmalat, and sighted pilot Kanyarat Kethalonlang set the initial time. And they'll hear the bell now to bring it home, to set the benchmark time as the first riders in the qualifying. 36-year-old Vatarobon Bunmalat, half a lap to go, and she is going to post the First time in the qualifying of 1:17.748. Debut at the Games, and relief and satisfaction at having done the job here and got out there first to post the time.
We see the replay here. Very interesting, the rider chose not to use double disc, which is very hard to control, but if you are able to control it, it's much more aerodynamic than a spoke wheel. Those spokes catch the wind and create a lot of wind drag, which makes the rider needing to produce more power through the pedals to achieve a certain speed. So they dismount the bike now. They've given everything they can and set a time for the rest of the field.
Well, big moment for Thailand's Otterabon Bunmalet in her first Paralympic Games experience. Coach Christian Stauffer doing great work to bring riders through and prepare them for this sort of competition. Heat 2 in the women's P1000 meter time trial qualifying. We've got Josephine Helion and Linda Kelly is her pilot. And also from Argentina, Maria Jose Quiroga Chichaola and Michaela Belen Barrosa is her pilot. So Helion there, introduced to the sport through the National Council for Blind in Ireland. Now a proud member of the Tullamore Cycling Club, making her debut at the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, Leon and Kelly looking very relaxed, just enjoying their experience at the Paralympics, making sure that they don't put too much pressure on themselves.
Please welcome in the back straight from Argentina, Maria Jose Quiroga and her pilot, Michaela Barroso.
Quiroga and Barroso, two of 68 athletes in 14 sports for Argentina here at the Games. And Janet Helion there, Josephine Helion, beg your pardon, 11th at the World Championships earlier this year. Relaxed, that's a very good sign. Encouragement from the coaches as they get to work in this hard 4-lap race, 1,000-meter time trial. Helion for Ireland and Quiroga for Argentina. Not against each other, they're looking to set a time. 6 fastest to progress to the final. Both riders in their maiden Paralympic Games, and Helion is setting the fastest time marginally though. Very close.
And then when the 6 top times from this qualifying move into the final, it's a completely new event where the fastest time will win, second, third, fourth, so on.
The bell for the final lap for these two riders. Josephine Helion from Ireland, the 28-year-old on debut, and also on debut is Maria Jose Quiroga from Argentina. And Helion is just ahead and will post the fastest time, 1:10.808. So that's a sign of happiness there from Linda Kelly. Has piloted Katie George Dunleavy to overall World Cup victory last year. Quiroga, second place, 2 seconds faster than Bunmaret of Thailand.
Well, it's a waiting game now to see what the other teams can produce, what times they'll do, and which 6 riders will go through to the final as we see the replay. Both teams getting quite a good, stable start. Ireland obviously a little bit more in control. Both teams looking quite stable and steady out there throughout their rides. Ireland significantly faster by 5 seconds. Thumbs up from the pilot, Linda Kelly. And the stoker, Josephine Herlion. She'll be absolutely stoked with that ride. Let's hope it's enough.
Yeah, that's the key here, isn't it? It's top 6 into the final. This is a waiting game now for Ireland's Helion. They have another combination here, of course. A very, very powerful team of Katie George Dunleavy and Eve McChrystal. But next up in Heat 3, it is one rider on track, Nursia Mohamed Zamri from Malaysia. It's Laura Faki there on the right-hand side, who will be going a little bit later alongside with her pilot Corinne Hall. It's the Malaysian combination. There are 6 cyclists at these Paralympic Games, Malaysia.
As they wait to go up onto the track, they're unable to put their visors on. They need to keep their visors off until they actually hit the ramp walking up to the track, just so that the public and the commissaires, judges, and everyone can identify them on the infield. And whilst they were waiting, they had their bikes checked. Every single bike is checked before and after competition to make sure it meets all the regulations. And a number of bikes will also be x-rayed for mechanical doping as well.
So onto the track, another debutante in the Paralympics, 28-year-old Nur Suraya Mohamed Zamri from Malaysia, the Asian Para Games champion, 15th at the World Championships. She will have Farina Shawati Mohamed Adan as her pilot. Heat 3 in the women's B1000-meter time trial. 4 laps as fast as they possibly can over this beautiful Siberian pine velodrome, which, unlike many velodromes of this ilk around the world, is wider by a meter than any other.
Yeah, it's a very unique track, being wider as in higher in the banking. This gives sprinters a lot more of an advantage to get a faster speed down that banking, but also it's different in the way that it has very short straights and very wide bends, which means more G-forces through the bends, producing faster times. And we've certainly seen plenty of records, world records and Paralympic records broken on this velodrome here in Paris.
So here's the bell for Nur Suraya Mohamed Zamri. And she's just outside the time of Josephine Hellion for that 750s. Can she bring it back in a fast time here to go top of the leaderboard? 1:10.808 is the fastest time, as Mohamed Zamri now drives for the line and stops the clock at 1:12.992, which is second fastest by 2.1 seconds to Josephine Hellion of Ireland. So Malaysia, busy program for them here with their 6 riders. They steadily build to a very competitive track cycling program.
We see the replay of the start there. A good look at the tandem bike, which has 2 chain rings, generally at the same size, that will connect each rider's cranks to each other, so they do the same cadence. And then I'll have another big chain ring connected to the rear cog to determine the gearing ratio that they will be pushing out there on the track. A wonderful experience for the Malaysian rider, 28 years of age. Won a big sporting award last year in Malaysia for Paralympic Sportswoman of the Year.
Well, they don't lack for support. They've got a great structure in Malaysia, track cycling, and with some very fine equipment and great coaches as well, helping them to guide them towards the highest level of the sport. Heat 4 in the women's 3,000-meter time trial. And this is one to look forward to. Laura Faki and Hannah Chadwick. Faki, 35-year-old from Great Britain, has 4 Paralympic medals already. 3K individual pursuit gold in Rio and Tokyo to her name. She was 4th though in this in Tokyo. All-time world champion as well.
It's welcoming number 4 onto the track. Twice the Paralympic individual pursuit champion from Great Britain, Laura Faki with her pilot Corino.
Husband Neil, a 4-time medalist as well at Paralympic Paracycling.
Et sur la ligne opposée, la championne panaméricaine, la du 1000 mètres pour la montre en 2023.
This is an important process, tightening the straps. The pedals are clipped into their shoes, and then they put an additional strap on the top. Then they put the aerodynamic booty covers over the top as well. Wow, a lot of pressure on this team. Big name in Laura Faki.
Well, there's the pilot greeting her family in the stands. Hannah Chadwick is stoker, and that's Laura Faki, became a mother between Tokyo and here in Paris. Fraser is Laura and Neil's son. Neil will be on babysitting duty during the road program here at the Paralympic Games because he's not riding on the road, and Laura is. Hannah Chadwick, what a moment this is for Hannah Chadwick. Away they go in heat number 4, the United States and Great Britain. For the United States, Hannah Chadwick, born in China and was in an orphanage and eventually adopted at the age of 12 and moved to the United States. And she is now one of the very finest paracyclists in the world, international study student and a para champion as well. But Laura Faki is the one to watch here.
Well, Great Britain's certainly gone out very, very fast. The fastest team on the track at this point.
Well, it's going to be close as they chase that time of Josephine Hellion. Laura Faki putting everything out there now to try and get the fastest time. That time is 1:10.808 is the time she's looking to beat. She's now the fastest. Chadwick is second fastest. They'll post a very competitive time as well. Laura Faki's going to bring it home in 1:09.018, and she goes top, and Hannah Chadwick goes second fastest. Both have qualified. That's fantastic racing from both Laura Faki and her pilot Corinne Hall, and Hannah Chadwick and Scala Espinosa.
Well, their aim is to get in the top 6 times to move into the final and then do it all over again. Well, those two teams, USA and Great Britain, they're happy because they know they're through to the final. It's all about recovery now.
Yeah, very impressive from both combinations. Yes, they are. The Espinosa, the sighted pilot for Hannah Chadwick. And Corinne Hall, a very formidable combination with Laura Faki. Used to be Laura Turnham. Or she married Neil. I was thinking about calling a day, but has decided to carry on. Been through some dark times that Laura Faki produced a cooking blog called Blindingly Good Food. Through some dark moments in 2021, and she was advised to explore things away from the bicycle. And although she doesn't like writing much, she focused on food, which she does like, and it's become a great success. Demonstrating, I think, she says, that it's not difficult to negotiate your way around the kitchen.
I thought you were going to say to negotiate your way around dark times. But she found a way. Passion.
Absolutely.
She found a passion.
Yeah. And inspired now by their son, Neil and Laura Faki Fraser. Heat number 5, women's B1000-meter time trial. We're getting down to the business end of the really, really fast combinations in this intense competition. Great Britain have 3 teams. One of them will be in action in the next heat. Sophie Unwin and her pilot Jenny Hole. And Ireland, tense moments for the Irish supporters. Their second combination, Katie George-Dunleavy and Eve McChrystal, one of the most decorated Paralympians in Ireland, Katie George-Dunleavy. That's Sophie Unwin.
Now Sophie Unwin, she first rode a tandem bike only in 2020. Relatively new at the age of 30, and Katie George-Dunleavy now here of Ireland, 42 years of age. She's already competed in both road and track cycling for Ireland, 2012, 2016 and 2021 editions.
Yeah, 5 medals for Katie George-Dunleavy. Away they go in heat number 5 at the Paratrack program here in the women's B1000-meter time trial.
Great Britain. Sophie Unwin off to a very, very, very fast start. 1,000 meters, 4 laps of the velodrome.
Yeah, I mean, she won a world championship a year after taking up the sport. That's how much of a naturally gifted athlete she is. And she's posting the fastest times now, that's for sure.
This is an absolutely flying time by Sophie Unwin of Great Britain.
Remember, top 6 through. So already got through Faki and Chadwick for Great Britain and the United States. They'll come to the bell now.
Well, Dunleavy's coming back very, very well. They may even surpass Great Britain. It's only half a lap to go. Great Britain have a handy lead again now. Unwin it is. Coming into the finish, it's going to be a fast one.
Crosses the line, 1:07.719 fastest time, and Ireland's Dunleavy, well, she's in 3rd place behind Laura Faki, but will qualify for the medal races So 107.719 for Sophie Unwin and pilot Jenny Hole. Katie George Dunleavy, 109.094.
Well, celebrations from both teams, both riders. They know that they are through to the top 6, to the final, with only 2 riders left to compete. Well, we will have an exciting final on our hands, that's for sure.
Job done, you feel. There's a sense of relief with those smiles. Fastest time.
Yeah, once you do qualify and get that Q next to your name, the time doesn't matter. It's just about, I'm in the final now at the Paralympic Games. It's all about recovery, focus on the final. I'll be up against 6 riders and I'll need to produce my fastest time ever. Well, there's a replay of the power of the start, and it was a beautiful, beautiful start, I must say, by Sophie Unwin.
Yep, thumbs up.
Yeah, we usually see the first celebrations come from the sighted pilot until the communication gets to the unsighted or visually impaired rider on the back of what they've actually achieved.
Well, this is a combination that's been together since 2013, Katie George Dunleavy and Dave McChrystal. And they are an absolute powerhouse. Don't count them out when it comes down to the medals. Likewise, this pair.
Yeah, it's a completely new game once they get into that final.
World champions back in 2021.
And just see how beefed up these tandem bikes are, weighing around 14 kilograms. They need to be able to withstand the power of 2 very, very strong riders, producing around 3,000 watts.
Yeah, support from around the world here. Great Britain, of course, plenty up. They see themselves up on a screen that brings smiles to their faces as they wave the flag. In support of the next team, one of the 2 teams anyway, Elizabeth Lizzie Jordan and Danny Kahn, her pilot for Great Britain. And on the track with them will be Jessica Gallagher and Caitlin Ward.
Number 6, we welcome to the track, multiple world champion from Great Britain.
Well, Elizabeth Jordan has made the most sensational start to her career as a paracyclist. She's fresh from 3 gold medals at the World Championships in the time trial, the pursuit and the sprint in Rio in March.
Jessica Gallagher, the stoker on the back. She's in the aerodynamic position, ready to go. Well, she is a famous Australian, having won medals in the winter and the summer Paralympic Games.
They go, huge effort as they leave the gates and begin their 4 laps here at high speed. Australia made a good start, Gallagher and pilot Caitlin Ward. Lizzie Jordan and Danny Kahn is the pilot for Great Britain. Australia arced well.
Well, I'll tell you what, Australia did get a blistering start. Possibly perfection out of the blocks. Yeah. Can they hold on for the last couple of laps?
Yeah, they're the only team to have gone under 22 seconds for the first lap.
Well,
now, finding their form with Jordan. Now Gallagher, they still hold the lead, but Jordan is just nipping back a little bit here as the bell goes for the final lap. And it is Gallagher just ahead. Jordan's working hard to bring it back, though. It could be close. It could be very, very close. Jordan's ahead. Yep, she's brought it back. And she's going to post the fastest time here, it seems. Will she? Yes, just 106.870.
Both teams qualifying first and second will go through to the final, and it'll be close and exciting. That's for sure.
Well, and the evidence of that, it certainly will be. Lizzie Jordan and Danny Kahn posted the fastest time in qualifying in the women's B 1,000-meter time trial. Qualifying here. Well, Great Britain have an absolute feast on their hands. So Australia's Jessica Gallagher separates Jordan and Sophie Unwin in the top three. They are the second fastest qualifiers. And a top performance. They were the fastest over the first lap at 22.292. But just couldn't keep it together over the last lap as Lizzie Jordan brought it home with exceptional speed. There we go as they leave the gates. Great position on the bike for both these riders.
Oh, wasn't it so close in that final? It was only in the final lap where Great Britain edged ahead. In the end, Great Britain won by a significant margin. Given it's 1,000 metres, 4 laps of the track, they rode 106.8 and Australia on 107.2. Well, anything can happen in the final.
So qualifying rounds are completed on day 2 of the track program here. The women's B1000 metre time trial. The last of those qualifiers, Jordan and Khan, leading them in. Gallagher and Ward, Unwin, Faki, Dunleavy and Chadwick complete the qualifiers who will race for medals in day 2's action at the velodrome and the paracycling program.
Track events include only bicycles and cameras. We race against athletes whose impairments have a similar impact on their ability to cycle. There are 5 sport classes for standard bicycling competitions, with the numbers indicating the impact of the impairment on the ability to ride. Hand cycling also has 5 classes, where lower numbers indicate limitation in both upper and lower limbs, and higher numbers mean limitation in lower limbs only. The 2 classes of tricycle races are for athletes with balance and coordination impairments. Cyclists with a vision impairment race tandem with a sighted pilot in front. Nothing stops us from beating the clock or other riders. Road cycling events include individual time trials or races and mixed gender team relays. On the track, we sprint as fast as we can around the velodrome in individual or mixed team events, or in pursuit where riders start at opposite sides of the track and race to overtake each other or cross the finish line first. Endurance, explosive speed, and tactics are key to being at the top of the podium. Experience the races at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Not long until we turn our attention back to competition, but let's have some fun. Let's hear you sing with a little bit of karaoke.
An expectant crowd await the excitement of medal races here at the Velodrome. Well, it is down to 5 medal races to be decided here on the second day of action at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games Para Track program. 17 medals all told across 4 days of competition. Of the total of 51 medals that will be decided in Paracycling here across the track and the road. 4 days of para-track action and 4 days of para-road action in the Paralympic Games, and it's been thoroughly entertaining and exciting here in the Velodrome over the last couple of sessions that have seen world records tumble as riders produce their very, very best in front of a packed crowd here. Saint-Caradec in Brittany is the home territory. One of the favorites for a medal here today in the Velodrome, Alexander Louetter of France. But before he gets onto the track, we are going to focus on the final of the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial. 6 riders, 3 medals. It's a factored race. Therefore, riders, C4 riders who have the greater impairment than the C5 riders have a factored time, and that is brought into account so that they can compete on an equal footing with the C5 riders. Joseph Metelka, Archie Atkinson, just 20 from Great Britain in his first Paralympic Games, a world champion already. He goes in this. Jody Cundy in his 8th Games, completely other end of the experience scale. He's bidding for another medal here, silver in Tokyo. And the man who beat him to that was Alfonso Cabello Lamas. That is Metelka. Gold in the individual pursuit in Rio and Tokyo for the 37-year-old from Slovakia. It's Archie Atkinson on the right-hand side there. Blaine Hunt is a name to look out for. It's a phenomenal ride by the Englishman. 5-time world champion already, and he's only been riding for a couple of years. And of course, Corey Boddington, who broke the Paralympic record in qualifying. Those are the riders we're looking out for here. Well, Blaine Hunt has got his supporters out in the stands, that's for sure. And a relaxed, experienced-looking Joseph Metelka. He's been and done it all before. His 3rd Games. He's already won 6 medals, 2 in the individual pursuit in Rio and in Tokyo. Bronze in this event in Tokyo amongst them. And the silver in Rio. How can he go here? So it's a simple equation here. 6 riders, 3 fastest will be the medalists. It's down to that. The final of the men's C45 1K time trial here at the Paralympic Games in the paracycling discipline. And first on track is Joseph Metelka of Slovakia, C4 rider with a factored time. He will be in contention for a medal for sure, though perhaps his pursuiting is where he will be chasing real glory, but he'll want to set a marker here.
Running strong in his first lap.
It's the slowest of the 6 qualifiers.
Yeah, just around 4 seconds slower than the fastest qualifier, Corey Boddington from Australia. Metelka, let's see if he can better his time in qualifying.
Richly experienced, the 37-year-old in his third Paralympic Games. The bell for the final lap of the Slovakian in the C4 classification, in a race that accounts for that by factoring his time against those of the C5 classification. And he's going to bring this home, is Joseph Metelka, and he will cross the line in 1:07.938 to set the early mark. 52.2 kilometers an hour average speed for Joseph Metelka on Slovakia.
Oh, just a couple of seconds slower than qualifying, so it's a waiting game to see what the other 5 riders can do in the final. However, to be a little bit disappointed with that time, although it's really hard to back up just in a couple of hours and better your qualifying time.
Yeah, that is hard, isn't it? Having done a full-blooded qualifying to get into this medal race, to back it up with a big effort in the final. Well, that's what it takes. It takes the very best athletes who've done their preparation in the most exacting manner.
Thumbs up. He's done what he could do on the day. Come into the Paralympics and give it your all with what you have. The work's been done. Tense crowd waiting for the faster riders to come out onto the track for the final of this men's 1,000 metre time trial.
Yeah.
4 to 5 category.
Yeah, I mean, the French, they're a bit muted in the crowd because they've had 2 riders who could have qualified here, Gatine Lerousseau and Dorian Foulon. They had high hopes for Foulon. He didn't manage to get into the final. But, well, there's the Great Britain triumvirate. Atkinson in the middle, Hunt on his right and Cundy on his left. There's Archie Atkinson's fan club. Fist bump and away he goes. The 20-year-old, nerves of steel, perhaps at that age. He's still learning about what it is to have nerves, because he showed in the qualifying that he has got big match temperament. Already a world champion in the C4. He's got a little tattoo. It says "Ride for Maggie." One of his great friends, young American rider Maggie White, died in an accident last year. On track in the final of the C4-5 1K time trial, it is Archie Atkinson, the 20-year-old from Great Britain. He's a C4 athlete competing with the C5s in a factored time. 4 laps of the track, and his fan club are roaring him on, and they are getting the results. He's up at the moment over Metelka's time. Considerably so as well, 1.8.
Yeah, absolutely flying. He might even, if he can hold on for the last couple of laps, he may even better his time for qualifying. He looks good, powerful. So much can happen in the body and the legs. Oh, he's flying. Well, it's going to be a good time.
He's so new to the sport that he's just putting it all out there, loving his first experience. 3.6 up already. There's the bell for Archie Atkinson from Great Britain to see if he can bring it home. He is going to post the fastest time here. He knows that he's going to have to be at his very, very best. Wobbles a little on that back straight there in all the effort. 4.3 up. Atkinson drives for the line now, looks to the line, and he will cross the line in a very, very fast time of 1:03.538, and he is delighted with that time, as is his fan club. So 1:03.538 is just under 4.5 seconds faster than Joseph Metelka. Question is, will it be fast enough for a medal?
Well, it was only fractionally slower than his qualifying. Very, very similar time. So it's a waiting game to see what the next 4 riders are able to accomplish. Well, certainly did look good. Aerodynamic, And that's all he had. He's happy with that ride.
Well, credit to him and to the team at Great Britain Cycling and Paracycling. They've give these riders every opportunity to prepare themselves meticulously, and into the wind tunnel. They've got the best equipment and some of the finest support off the track as well. Well, they're happy. Well, they should be, because look who's next. A legend, Jody Cundy. Well, he's 25 years older than Atkinson, but he is still a man for the moment.
Yeah, Jody Cundy, he's known to be a real gentleman. Certainly loved by the crowds. He'll be disappointed with qualifying fourth. Maybe he's got a little bit more in the tank. It's very interesting to see what time he can produce. He said he came into this Paralympics confident, and his preparation went really well. So there's nothing more he could have done before the day. It's all about now, the hard work's being done. It's all about the mentality and confidence when you walk out onto the track, jump onto the bike.
Well, British fans of Archie Atkinson, they'll also be hoping for the best for this man. Well, Jody Cundy, he's got the same prosthetic that saw him take silver in Tokyo, but it's got a brand new paint job and artwork on it. Fantastic. And he still has his prosthetic from Beijing as his spare.
He says it's his spare. He said this one he's riding from Tokyo is a little bit lighter and aerodynamic, a bit slimmer, but his spare prosthetic is actually the one from Beijing, 2008. So strapping in tightly there. Aero shoe covers on firmly, ready to go. Deep breaths now.
Third rider on track in the final of the men's C45 1K time trial. It is one of the legends of paracycling, Jody Cundy of Great Britain, the 45-year-old bidding for yet more glory here in Paris. He will leave nothing out there. He's half a second up on his countryman and Archie Atkinson at the moment. He's getting to work now after the first lap.
Yeah, into the aero position and putting time into his teammate Atkinson. Let's see, still putting more time into him, so he's still picking up speed.
He's the world champion, but silver in Tokyo. Can he go better here? 1 second better than Atkinson. And he is going to go to the bell here, looking to put in a blistering final lap is Jody Cundy. There it is. Now, Great Britain's Cundy, he's a legend. Can he do it? 1 second. He's lost a little bit of time here. It's taking the fatigue out of his legs. Can he bring it home? He's still losing time. He's still up though on Atkinson, but it could be tense towards the finish. He drives for the line now, and he is just ahead by just over a second. It is Jody Cundy, 1:02.504. So the world record holder and world champion is at the top of the time sheets, but he had to work really hard. He lost time on that last lap. But a really, really good ride by Cundy.
Yeah, another great ride, again, just slightly slower than qualifying, and still a couple of seconds slower than the fastest qualifier, Corey Boddington of Australia. So 3 more athletes to go. Will he win a medal at this Paralympic Games? Strong start, really, really strong until the last lap, where he just kind of hit the wall a little bit, really hard to hold on. I wouldn't say he hit the wall, he just stabilized. So he's really picking up speed during the first 3 laps and then just stabilizing through that final lap, pushing it home.
Yeah, again, I think, you know, one has to look back at this day. It is a really, really hard day for these athletes.
You've got to look at his prosthetic there. He's got number 8 on there. That's representing 8. This is his 8th Paralympic game, and he has 8 gold medals to his name.
He's shattered, isn't he? As he would be.
absolutely exhausted.
Well, he's a superstar across the firmament. Well, this is the man who beat him to gold in Tokyo. Alfonso Cabello, the 30-year-old Spaniard, in his 4th games, walks confidently out onto the track. C5 rider. Again, he races against a C4 rider, and they can do that because the times are factored. Take the differing impairments into account. The defending champion in the men's C45 1K time trial is on track now. Cabello Llamas of Spain. Jody Candy has posted 1:02.504 as the benchmark time, and he's faster at the moment.
Yeah, and a slightly bigger gear, I suspect. Seeing a huge chain ring, so he is going faster than Jody Candy. And increasing his lead with every lap. Look how aerodynamic he is.
Gold in Tokyo, gold in London. He's just over half a second up on the time of Jody Candy, who did lose time on that last lap. So the fatigue may kick in, but if he's done his prep well, he'll be strong.
This looks like a medal-winning ride. What colour it will be? Right.
That's the key. That's the key.
The last lap, isn't it?
Here it is.
He started to lose a little bit of time. Let's see how he finishes off.
And he's half a second to the good. So Cabello Llamas is in the medals. He's in the medals for Spain. 1:01.969 is very close to the world record in the C5. Beg your pardon. In the C4s, he's a C5 athlete. His time in the race 1:01.965. Yes, his world record is 1:01.557. So just under half a second outside that.
Yeah, and the first rider that we've seen, just watching his replay, to go faster in the finals than the qualifying. So he'd have to be proud of that. He's bettered his time of 1:02.050 to 1:01.969.
Well, to come within half a second of his own personal best is all you can ask for in this final. Delight for the Spanish fans.
He's got a medal in the pocket. It's the waiting game to know what colour. As we move on to our final 2 riders from Great Britain, it's Blaine Hunt and Australia's Corey Boddington. Just under a second separating the last 2 riders.
So that's the standings at the moment. Cabello Llamas in the virtual gold medal position, but that man, Blaine Hunt, is next on track. Calm and composed on the surface, but the 35-year-old, well, you can bet there are a few nerves rolling around in him now as he's about to step up onto the track here in his first Paralympic final. And his fan club have done everything to show their support for this man. Man, powerful shoulders, big, strong rider. New to the sport, and he already has 5 World Championship medals.
Blaine Hunt, his nickname is Bootstrap. Well, certainly we'll have to tighten those straps because the amount of power and watts he's going to produce out of this gate is going to be phenomenal.
Second last rider on track in the finals of the men's C45 1K time trial is Blaine Hunt from Great Britain. The 35-year-old making his Paralympic debut has already set the world alight at World Championships. Can he do it at the Paralympic Games here? Well, he's under a bit of pressure.
riding a big gear, so a pretty slow first half a lap. He's down second already on the fastest time. Maybe fatigued from his final because he's slowing each lap on that big gear.
Still down, just under a second down on Cabello's time, who sits in the virtual gold medal position. Jody Cundy, 1:02.504, is second fastest at the moment.
Starting to bring it back a little bit now, but a lap to go.
Half a second, can he bring that back on this final lap? Blaine Hunt to get into the gold medal position.
He is.
He is. Can he do it over this last couple of meters? He's driving for the line. Blaine Hunt from Great Britain will cross the line, and he has. He's gone faster. Wow, what a final lap from Blaine Hunt.
That was unbelievable. To be down 1 second with a lap to go and to bring it back is unbelievable in a 1,000 meter time trial. Incredible performance from Blaine Hunt.
Well, this is a man on the rise, Blaine Hunt. He is now in virtual, well, silver medal with one rider to come. He's in gold medal position because Corey Beddington hasn't ridden yet, but this was a ride with the ages from Blaine Hunt.
And another rider to better his time from qualifying. Unbelievable to back up, to recover, to get on top of that gear. It did take him the 4 laps. The last lap, he just really took him that long to get on top of that huge gear. You can see how big the chainring is. What a strong rider. Blaine Hunt sits in gold medal position with one rider to go.
High fives in the Great Britain camp, and the flags are flying high because Blaine Hunt has put himself at the very top of the pile with one rider to go. It knocks Jody Cundy down into third place at the moment. And with Boddington to go, well, one would believe that things would have to go pretty pear-shaped for Corey Boddington not to put himself somewhere in the medals. But where would it be?
Well, his qualifying time was 7/10 faster than what we just saw from Blaine Hunt. So, has he recovered? Can he go as fast? Will he go slower?
Yeah, he set a Paralympic record in the C4 in qualifying, did Corey Boddington. Another of these new riders to Paralympics. There's confirmation as Hunt acknowledges his supporters. Well, he knows what he has to do.
I have a feeling that internally Boddington's saying, yeah, I can go that fast. Okay, good time, well done, yep. As we now see Blaine Hunt just getting off his bike, we see Corey Boddington getting himself into the zone.
Well, there is the man lying in second place at the moment, Cabello Llamas. Oh, Blaine Hunt, what a ride, what a ride. Well, if ever there was perhaps virtual handing over the baton from Jody Cundy at age 45 to the next generation of Paralympic track cyclists, Hunt and Atkinson, perhaps this is the day in these time trial, 1,000 meter time trial.
Yeah, I sense a feel of confidence here. Gerald, I don't know if you agree, everything has to go perfect on the day, but Australia's Corey Boddington is heading up onto the track.
C4 classification rider Corey Boddington up onto the velodrome here at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines to race for gold in the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial. This is the moment he has been preparing for. This is the moment he needs to deliver.
Yes, the Queensland Academy of Sport rider from Australia has a big task ahead of him. He knows what he's capable of. Can he pull out the goods?
The last rider in the final of the men's C45 1K time trial. It is down to Corey Boddington to see if he can take the gold medal here. It sits in the hands of Blaine Hunt of Great Britain at the moment. 1:01.776 is a very fast time, but Boddington has gone out well.
He's already faster at this point, and significantly faster. We may see another record broken here by Boddington of Australia. He trains through the Queensland Academy of Sport. He is flying out there on the track.
Over half a second. Blaine Hunt looks on. He's the man in provisional gold at the moment, but he's watching Corey Boddington get to work here, and Boddington is doing a sensational job. Over half a second as he gets to the bell now. The drive for the line for the C4 rider. He is going to ride himself into a gold medal position here. He was silver at the World Championships in Rio, but Corey Boddington of Australia, the 28-year-old, is driving it for the line. Has he got it in the tank? It's going to be bitterly close. He crosses the line, and he does it. Corey Boddington takes the gold medal in the 1,000-meter time trial. Hunt takes silver, but delight for Australia. What a ride. He dug so deep on that last lap to finish it off.
Unbelievable. He is the Flying Burrito. That's his nickname. That's because he likes all of his food wrapped up in burrito wraps. But the Flying Burrito from Queensland, Australia, well, he has just ridden the ride of his life. A gold medal at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. It is Corey Boddington of Australia.
Well, he's wrapped up the gold here in sensational fashion, Boddington. But so close. Blaine Hunt, 0.121 of a second behind him. And then Cabello Llamas, the gold medalist in Tokyo, he settles for bronze here. The new breed are on the track here. Boddington and Hunt, both debutants at Paralympic Games, have taken first and second. Cabello Llamas, Kandi, Atkinson, Metelka. Well, there is Blaine Hunt coming to celebrate, and there is the bronze medalist, Alfonso Cabello. Congratulations. Blaine Hunt there to applaud him and then head across the track to celebrate with his family as Corey Boddington. Well, what a performance by this young man.
Well, the hard work's been put in by all of these riders over the last couple of years.
Well, he's already a multiple world champion. And Cabello Llamas, the bronze medalist here. Well, it was a motocross accident that led to him taking to Paracycling Boddington, and he's taken it to it in sensational fashion.
Yeah, 28 years of age, Boddington. He trains more than 35 hours a week. One of his rituals is that he cuts the crust off his toast in the mornings because he believes it puts on weight. And isn't it just sensational to see the celebration here? Even from this man, Blaine Hunt. What a performance. A little bit disappointed, but he knows there's not much more he could have done on the day to beat this man.
Yeah, he put everything out there, didn't he? And if you were to offer these two riders at the start of the year as relative newcomers to the sport in the context of Jody Kandi and Alfonso Cabello and the like, and Metelka, and said take a couple of medals at the Paralympic Games, they've said thank you very much, can I have them now? Yep, well done, Corey Boddington.
Corey Boddington's just become one of many Australians' biggest fans with that performance. He's an accountant. He is a supreme athlete. Look at this ride. So aerodynamic, so consistent, so powerful, so stable through his core. And no doubt a lot of wind tunnel testing. Well, he really had to dig deep that last 3/4 of a lap to hold on to his advantage.
Confirming the result of the final of the men's 4x5,000 meter time trial. Boddington takes gold, Hunt silver for Great Britain, and Cabello Llamas the bronze for Spain. Our next final is the women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit. First event will be the bronze medal final involving Keely Shaw of Canada and Samantha Bosco of the United States. Shaw, the Canadian who suffered a horse riding accident at the age of 15 that left the left side partially paralyzed. And Samantha Bosco from the United States had limb lengthening surgery when she was 11, and complications resulted in permanent damage to her right leg. Racing for the bronze medal in the women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit from the United States, Samantha Bosco, and from Canada, Keely Shaw. 12 laps of the track, having already put a qualifying time on the board earlier today to get to this stage of the competition. This is a true test of their stamina, strength, and ability, and of course preparation. Bosco marginally ahead.
Yeah, the ability to recover between qualifying and finals too is just such a big aspect of being able to back up at a championship or Paralympic Games as such.
Oh, nothing in it, is there?
They are racing for the bronze medal in the women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit. It's a long race under so much pressure and tension throughout. We see this general riding composure of Keely Shaw being very aggressive, a little different to America's Samantha Bosco, who's more composed, more stable and aerodynamic. But it is Keely Shaw of Canada at this moment with a slight advantage. Keely Shaw of Canada is on her way to a bronze medal. Can she hold on? She rides a bigger gear. We've seen her fatigue towards the end.
Just under a second is the advantage to Keely Shaw. She was the bronze medalist in Tokyo and at the World Championships. She can do no better than that here, but she would be delighted if she could. Bosco was silver at the World Championships. So she needs to try and go a little bit faster here, because it is Shaw who holds the advantage at the moment.
Well, she was faster than Bosco in the qualifying, so we would expect she can hold on now. Still over 1,000 meters to travel in this 3,000 meter individual pursuit. It's the women's C4 category, and Keely Shaw is riding her way to the bronze medal, nearly 2 seconds ahead of her opponent Bosco from America.
Well, Bosco must use that endurance and stamina built from rowing. She earned a scholarship to Florida State University as a rower and had to retire due to a knee injury. This was after her impairment, so she has got deep reserves of stamina. She needs to bring it to play here. 2 seconds down.
Yeah, she might start to bring it back a little bit, but this is a huge advantage for Keely with 2.5 laps to go. Keely's looking like she will be able to hold on. She is struggling, she is fatiguing, she is losing time to Bosco. However, the finish line is approaching very quickly. It looks like it will be a bronze medal for Keely of Canada.
Yeah, she's holding on now over it. Well, that lead has been cut down to 1.9 seconds as Keely Shaw has the bell, driving for the line now. Bronze medal at stake here. Bosco, well, she's not going to make up 1.9 on this final lap. It'll be Keely Shaw who should bring this home for Canada. 1.8, a good end to the race for Bosco, but it's not going to be enough. Keely Shaw of Canada will collect the bronze medal here. Very close though, 1.6 seconds in at 3:46.942 for Keely Shaw. Bosco, 3:48 to 5:89. Congratulations to Canada's Keely Shaw, bronze medal once again, emulating her performance in Tokyo and at the World Championships.
Both riders just a couple of seconds slower than their qualifying, which means they're backed up quite well. Not being able to match the time of qualifying, but a bronze medal to Keely Shaw of Canada is something to savour. That is an incredible performance at the Paralympics here in Paris. Well, we see the replay. An aggressive start from Keely Shaw. She just has that riding style that looks like she's fighting the bike and that she could fatigue, but she doesn't. She's strong. It's just her natural riding style. Just not enough power to match Keely Shaw from Samantha Bosco of USA. Very smooth ride, but this is the woman of the moment. The bronze medal goes to Keely Shaw of Canada.
So congratulations, Keely Shaw from Canada. That smile will stay with her for a long time. Winning the bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. In her second games here. The excitement in the team will be palpable. Guiding her down the ramp and into the arms of her teammates.
Petricola, the Australian, she'll be confident going into this final, having been significantly faster than Anna Taylor in the qualifying. Both riders had incredible qualifying rides.
This is the final of the women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit, and the defending champion and world champion Emily Petricola from Australia up on track, and she is up against Anna Taylor in her second games. Silver in the World Championships, and it is Anna Taylor, who's fifth in Tokyo, who has brought some real preparation to these games. Look at the smile, very relaxed. Any athlete, all you want is to race, have the opportunity to race for a gold medal on the biggest stage of them all. And right now, this is what Emily Petricola of Australia and Anna Taylor of New Zealand are doing in the velodrome here. The Para Women's C4 3,000 meter individual pursuit final. It is the very experienced Petricola at 44, the world champion and defending champion, and Anna Taylor.
Well, Anna Taylor has gone out blistering fast. She is absolutely flying at this point. Petricola rides a bigger gear, takes a lot longer to wind it up. Nearly 3 laps, 4 laps to get on top of her gear, but at the moment it's Anna Taylor in the lead.
Well, she's done fantastically well here, Anna Taylor.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds faster than Petricola at this point. It's a long race, 3 kilometers, 3,000 meters. Well, Petricola takes her time to get right into her rhythm, and she's starting to bring back now the time of Anna Taylor.
Well, again, both these former rowers with that huge power, strength and stamina required in that sport. And Taylor, well, she was on a scholarship in the States at Oregon State University as a rower.
Well, it's at this point that Petricola takes the lead. So she was significantly slower over the first few laps and then finds herself leading by 1.1 second, which is quite significant. If she continues at this speed, she'll come very, very close to catching.
Yeah, at this stage of the race, you feel that's a significant lead, 1.8, with halfway to go.
Yeah, unbelievable.
2.5, Petricola. Well, she is the defending champion. She is the world champion. and she's giving ample evidence of her class out here on the track here in Paris. She's doing it in sensational fashion.
Yeah,
soon she will have Taylor in her sights at the other end of the track.
Well, very beneficial if she's going for to beat her own record, Paralympic and world records set at this velodrome today. Well, Petricola is not failing to represent. She is pulling it all together when she needs to. So if she does actually catch Anna Taylor, the gun will be blown and she'll win the gold medal. However, she may continue for another record attempt. Her coach, Shane Kelly, the king of the kilo, very, very famous 1 kilometre time trial rider, coaches Petricola. Emily now makes this the catch to Anna.
The catch.
The gun will go.
And that is the gun, that's the race.
And Petricola calls it a day. She has achieved a gold medal again at the Paralympic Games in Paris 2024. It's the C4 3,000 metre individual pursuit. Gold medal goes to Emily Petricola of Australia.
Smiles all round for the Australians, and Shane Kelly's done it again. Guided Emily Petricola to a defence of her title, and an emphatic one at that. Anna Taylor went out fast, but couldn't sustain that pace. And under incredibly strong ride from Emily Petricola, it was Taylor who will take silver for New Zealand, gold to Australia, and bronze to Canada in this discipline, the women's C4 3K individual pursuit. Well, Taylor will be delighted with her silver medal. Beaten fair and square in the gold medal race by one of the greatest in this discipline. She broke her world record in qualifying, and that's what it means to Emily Petricola. Won the Omnium Gold of the World Championships this year, and silver in the scratch, and now the gold here as we reflect on moments during this gold medal race.
Well, what an achievement for both of these riders, and Petricola very much expected to win gold here. But Anna Taylor from New Zealand, well, stand up if you are watching from New Zealand, because Anna Taylor is your new silver medalist at the Paris Paralympics. Shane Kelly puts his hand in the air, another fist pump.
We're going to bring the first of our victory ceremonies of this afternoon session.
And Petricola will make her way carefully over the boards to family and friends and celebrate with them. Well, what a beautiful, beautiful sight. A lovely, lovely privilege to celebrate with your children, your family, in winning at the Paralympics for Emily Petricola. Confirmation of the medals in the women's C4 3K individual pursuit. Emily Petricola, a dominant victory over Anna Taylor, and Keely Shaw of Canada, the bronze medalist.
messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre 1000 mètres hors C4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C4-5 1000 meter time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
And our first victory ceremony to celebrate the achievements of the top riders.
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Miguel Sagara, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Mohamed Ben Elmaï, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Alfonso Cabello-Ramas.
Well, another medal for this man on the track. Adds to golds in Tokyo and London, and bronze medals in Rio, 2 of them, and in 1 in Tokyo. A 4th bronze medal. And a 6th medal all told for Spaniard Alfonso Cabello-Ramas. Most experienced rider on the podium.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Blaine Hunt.
Well, he's got half a dozen medals on the Para-Track World Championship circuit already, and that just since 2022. But surely that will take pride of place. A silver medal at the Paralympic Games at your first time of asking. Well, they are each designed, it's the silver frieze. Paralympic Games mascot.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant l'Australie.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Australia, Corey Boddington.
The pride of Nambour in Queensland, it is Corey Boddington who steps up onto the gold medal position in his very first Paralympic Games. What a day. It is real for Corey Boddington. And it might take a little while for it all to sink in for the 28-year-old who is a novice at Paralympic paracycling here, but my word, he's a champion right now.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Australie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Australia.
winning Australia's first gold medal here at Paris's 2024 Paralympic Games, Corey Boddington. Your medalists in the men's C4 1,000-meter time trial: Corey Boddington, Blaine Hunt in the silver medal position, and Alfonso Cabello-Llamas, the defending champion, taking the bronze, a 6th Paralympic medal for him, a first each for the men alongside him. Surely the future of this event lies in their powerful bodies right now. Well, Australia have such a proud history of producing a legion of medalists on the track at Paralympics over the years. In fact, across the board, on the track and the road, 45 medals and counting.
The boxing kangaroo, proud Australians in the crowd. The men's C45 1,000-meter time trial victory. Boddington
Set the record straight. Australia have won 111 medals now in both para-track and para-road cycling at the Paralympics. More than any other nation, but not quite as many gold medals as Great Britain. Yet, 42 of them.
Finals this afternoon in this velodrome. We turn our attention now to the men's C2 3,000 metres individual pursuit final.
Action on the track now turns to the men's C2 3-kilometre individual pursuit. The bronze medal race between Matthew Robertson and Chateau Kawamoto of Japan. Young Matthew Robertson, well, made a sensational surge into the final here with a brilliant qualifying ride in his debut Paralympic Games. And Shota Kawamoto, well, he's been here and done it all before. This is his 3rd Games, 4th in Tokyo. Well, can he go one better here? He'll be pressed to produce his very best against this young man. Already a medalist at World Championship level, Robertson in the Omnium in Rio earlier this year. Recovered from a broken leg in 2022. Shoto Kawamoto. Well, he's in his 3rd Games at the age of 28. Loves golf, but it's all focus now. It does take a while to get the bike locked into the gate and to get everything into place, to give the athlete the confidence that nothing will go awry at the start, and the start is so critical for these riders. bronze medal at stake here in the men's C2 3-kilometer individual pursuit. It's Matthew Robertson of Great Britain and Chateau of Japan. Robertson has made the stronger start, but as we know, Kawamoto will get into his work and find his rhythm when it matters most. Robertson, hemiplegia, which is a partial paralysis on the right side, loss of function and balance issues and reduced power. Hence his C2 classification. Made his debut at the World Championships in 2019. But he really is another wonderful graduate of that fantastic pipeline, Great Britain's cycling development program. And he's getting to work here, opening up a lead of over a second.
Well, the qualifying times of these two riders was extremely close. A second or so between them.
Yeah, Kawamoto's brought it back.
Robinson being the faster rider from Germany, sorry. Great Britain. Correct myself again. Matthew Robinson of Great Britain, he was a second faster than Chateau of Japan in the qualifying, and he is now leading out on the track for the bronze medal.
Well, this is an impressive start, though, halfway mark, as Robertson has posted a time of 1.3. Well, you can feel that he won't feel totally comfortable with that, because Kawamoto is a strong finisher.
Yeah, he's fighting back. Kawamoto of Japan, he won't give up, funds fight for the bronze medal, but Matthew Robinson of Great Britain is significantly in the lead at the moment with a 2-second advantage. Oh, this could be a bronze medal over a distance of 3,000 meters for the men's C2 individual pursuit.
Yeah, he's over nearly 2.5 seconds to the good now, Robertson.
Yeah, and inside the last kilometre, it's looking good for Matthew Robinson to take the bronze medal for Great Britain.
As steady as you like, rock solid, whilst Kawamoto's doing everything he possibly can, but Robertson almost in the same straight now. And it is now down to the hard end of the race, 2.8 seconds now. Robertson looks across the track to keep an eye on his lead, which is nudging towards 3 seconds now. Surely, with 2 laps to go, Matthew Robertson is looking at a bronze medal here.
Well, no doubt about the endurance of Matthew Robinson. He's coming into his last lap with a significant lead, looking good to take this bronze medal. He races on the road as well. And it's about to be half a lap to go. A bronze medal for Great Britain's Matthew Robertson.
Brings it off the bend now, Matthew Robertson, and he will look across and know that he's got the bronze medal for Matthew Robertson. 4th place again for Chateau as it was in Tokyo. And a fine ride by Matthew Robertson to add luster to his debut here at the Paralympic Games as he collects a medal. Another debutant to perform so sensationally.
Well, times don't matter at this point when you take a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. However, Matthew Robinson only a couple of seconds slower than qualifying. He is the bronze medalist, Matthew Robinson of Great Britain at the Paralympics 2024 in Paris. Oh, what a delight for the 25-year-old. Big congrats from the coach.
Yeah, everything's been done. The preparation and pre-event work paid off handsomely.
Beautiful start. Little bit of a wobble, but he was in control. The power was going through the pedals. Big year, over 3,000 meters for Matthew Robinson. He started cycling at the age of 12 and knew passionately that that's what he wanted his career to be. And he's now a bronze medalist at the Paralympics. Wow, doesn't he look fast?
Yeah, smiles all round for Great Britain. Robertson onto the podium in the bronze medal position in the men's 3K individual pursuit. Well, we are about to see something sensational because this is the final of the men's C2 3K individual pursuit.
C2 individual pursuit final to decide who takes the Paralympic title.
Alexandre Louette from France up against Eiffel Tower of Belgium. And listen to the roar for this man.
Et sur la ligne, le champion paralympique, le champion du monde, c'est le Français Alexandre Louette.
Well, one of the most decorated of the French paracyclists of all time. 6 road race and time trial world championships, 13 track world championships to his name, and gold in this event in Tokyo for Alexandre Louette. Silver in the time trial. Well, he's up against Eiffel Tower of Belgium. 40-year-old who produced a sensational final lap to qualify for this final. Racing for gold in the 3K individual pursuit final for C2 classification riders. It is Alexandre Louette of France and Eiffel Tower of Belgium. And the home crowd will roar this man on, Louette, to what they hope will be a glorious gold. But there's a lot of racing to do against a very formidable opponent who gets stronger and stronger as the race continues.
Well, it looks to me already that Louette, he is going out to try and catch Vermont of Belgium.
Well, that would end the race very quickly if he were to do that. He's in a great position though. Louette, hugely decorated rider from France.
I have a feeling, Gerald, this could be a shorter race than 3,000 meters because Louette is being revved up by the crowd and he's out chasing. However, we did see the same in the qualifying where he got close but then a little bit stabilized as the Belgian rider, Edouard Vermont, actually increased his speed and Louette wasn't able to catch, but...
Well, it's gone out a bit now, that gap, and yes, Vermont is finding his pace now, and that early attack, the early pace from Louette may come back to haunt him later in this race here. Vermont gets stronger and stronger. That's his game. That's the way he rides.
You're right, Louette, he went out super hard. He nearly caught. He's having another go now.
Well, he's an individual time trial world champion on the road is Vermont, so he knows about stamina and he's pulling it back slowly but surely. 2.7, there's a long way to go with half the race still to race.
Well, it's going to be a very big ask to try and catch. I don't think that will happen. But what time will we see from Louette in the final? He's the current Paralympic champion from Tokyo and he is out to try and gain another Paralympic title.
And he broke his own world record in qualifying here. Louette, he looks up, just a quick glance to assess where his rival is here. Well, it may have played a bit of a game on his mind here. He got so close and then the gaps opened up, but he's still in command of this race. The gold medal is his right now. 2.8 seconds is the gap, but Vermont will keep fighting and keep fighting.
3 laps to go for Louette.
Well, it is deafening inside the velodrome here as the Belgian fans, almost the same number as the French fans here, roaring these two riders on towards glory here. One will take gold, the other will take silver. Vermont has brought it back by 0.2. Louette looks up again. Still he brings it back, but he's running out of track here. 1 lap to go. Alex Loete, the crowd roar again and drive him towards glory here. And another gold medal for the world champion, the world record holder, and the Paralympic champion. They are on their feet. It is Alex Loete from France who is going to take the gold medal in the C2 3,000-meter individual pursuit. The champion again on his home track. There is nothing that can stop this man. He is super, super strong, and they just love him here.
Well, he has a sensational style, doesn't he, Luto? He's on and off the pedals. He's on for a lap, he's off for a lap. He's on for a lap, he's off for a lap. But he knows what he's doing out there. What an achievement in front of a home crowd with such pressure. Being the current Paralympic champion, coming in front of a home crowd, all the emotions in the build-up, the preparation, and to deliver such a performance on the day is unbelievable. Well done to the Frenchman.
Well, he can't quite believe it, but he's done it all before. But to do it on your home track, in front of your adoring fans that come from Brittany's up from Brittany, he waves up into the stands to acknowledge their support, is something quite exceptional. Well, it's very thought for Ewout Vermont, how he fought, didn't he? There's a smile on the 40-year-old's face. He gave it his absolute all here today, but it just wasn't going to be enough to get the better of the Frenchman. But he gave us a contest. The difference between the two in the end was 2 seconds. At one stage it looked as though it might end very early. Vermont is a man of real determination and character, and he fought all the way to the finish. Confirmation of the men's C2 3K individual pursuit. Alexandre Loete from France takes gold, Vermont from Belgium silver, and Matthew Robertson in a debut Paralympics is the bronze medalist. Bien, well ridden, well done. Athletes showing their true colours here at the Paralympic Games.
Well, look at the replay. That's where we see Luta coming so close to catching Ewout Vermont. But Vermont, he just has so much fight in him. What an extraordinary ride for the Belgium rider to take the silver medal. Well, there was no beating this man, that's for sure. He's a well-dialed-in machine at just 23 years of age. And here you see, it's a team effort. There's a very large team behind this man to achieve what he has achieved.
Well, he's won so many medals across so many disciplines and different events, but surely this one is the sweetest of them all.
Absolutely. In front of a home crowd, you can't get much better than that. Riders train for years and years to represent their country, and to have the opportunity to represent at a Paralympic Games in front of a home crowd is something exceptional. To pull it all together, not just him himself, but the entire team on the day is absolutely magical.
poursuite individuelle 3000 mètres phase C4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C4 3,000 metres individual pursuit.
Well, the medalists take to the podium in the women's C4 3,000 metre individual pursuit for the victory ceremony.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Mohamed Ben Laï, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Anne Gruber, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Canada.
Bronze medalist representing Canada, Keely Shaw.
Repeating her effort of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, 30-year-old Keely Shaw collects the bronze medal in the C4 3K individual pursuit. Well, you always want to improve and want to go better, but if you can't, well, doing the same as you did the last time out is a great reward as well. Delight for Keely Shaw and the Canadians. Yet another medal at Paralympic Games, their 12th in the track discipline here.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Nouvelle-Zélande.
Silver medalist representing New Zealand, Anna Taylor.
Well, that's the grin and the smile of a champion, Anna Taylor. She has certainly improved since the Tokyo Paralympic Games when she was in 5th place there, stormed through to take the silver medal here. And another medal for New Zealand, whose stock in track cycling is really on the rise.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique, représentant l'Australie.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Australia, Emily Petricola.
Well, she's already a superstar, and this just embellishes that even more. An all-time great, Emily Petricola. Multiple gold medals at World Championship level, and won this title in Tokyo, and has come back to defend it in sensational fashion. Can there be a prouder moment for any athlete than standing on the top step at these Paralympic Games. Congratulations, Emily Petricola.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Australie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Australia.
Well, the scream from Emily Petricola nearly took the roof off the velodrome. It was such a delight to hear. Anna Taylor of New Zealand, the silver medalist, and Keely Shaw from Canada is the bronze medalist once again.
Very impressive rides by all three of these athletes. And to see the excitement, I mean, Gerald, you asked, is there a more special moment for Petricola? She is 44 years of age and just broke a world record, Paralympic record, to take another gold medal at the Paralympics.
She just gets stronger and stronger.
Can't get any better than that. She's already a household name in Australia. Emily Petricola. What a proud day for all Australians.
Well, there is such a wonderful sense of celebration and enjoyment within this velodrome as a packed house gets to enjoy the feats of these athletes and share in their joy and their celebration.
Amazing ride by Anna Taylor of New Zealand as well. 33 years of age. She is a real sensational athlete. Well, she might be struggling to walk, but she certainly can't slow her down on that track. Put her on a bicycle and there's no slowing her down. Well, I'm a huge fan of the New Zealand rider, Anna Taylor. Congratulations on your silver. Beaten by a better woman on the day, in the year perhaps, in the last 10 years. Petricola.
The medalists, Emily Petricola. Silver to New Zealand's Anna Taylor and bronze to Keely Shaw of Canada. Those are photographs they will cherish for a lifetime.
A special moment for the Canadian Keely Shaw. Well, she has a master's degree in kinesiology. Very intelligent woman, extremely extraordinary athlete as well. Very, very proud of her bronze medal here in Paris at the Paralympic Games.
And yeah, just did that thesis on the influence of dark chocolate on cycling at high altitude as part of her thesis. Time to celebrate the achievements of the men's C2 3,000 meter individual pursuit medalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C2 3,000 meters individual pursuit.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome our medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Jean-Michel Foucault, président de l'agglomération de Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines.
President of the agglomeration of Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines. Accompanied by
Monsieur Alexandre Moreau-Condé, directeur des opérations ressources humaines de Paris 2024.
Director of Workforce Operations for Paris 2024.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain.
Matthew Robertson.
Well, don't try and wipe the smile off your face, Matthew Robertson. You are a bronze medalist at your very first Paralympic Games. Congratulations. Won his first World Championship medal in March in Rio de Janeiro in the Omnium C2 when he took the bronze there. And, well, barely 18 months ago would have perhaps not thought he would have been even competing here when he was hit by a car in 2022 and had only returned to action in mid-2023, and here he is on the podium. Another wonderful talent emerging from Great Britain's development track cycling development program. And I'm sure we'll see him on the podiums of the world for many years to come.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Belgique.
Silver medalist representing Belgium.
Well, a very popular man is Ewout Frommel. The 40-year-old Belgian won a silver medal in the road time trial in Tokyo, and was disqualified in this event in Tokyo on the track, but here he is as a silver medalist. His wife and family are, and his children are in the stands. In fact, it's his 14-year-old son Jasper's 14th birthday today. What a gift. Gave all he could in the final, but he just didn't have enough to get the better of a seriously, seriously strong finisher and a great champion.
Et champion paralympique, représentant la France.
Paralympic champion representing France.
Alexandre Léotet.
A 5th Paralympic medal for this young man, who is truly at the peak of his powers. 2 bronze in Tokyo on the road. He won this event. And in Tokyo now, he defends the title. He also had a silver in the 1,000 time trial. What a champion. And he will be celebrated, as he should, by the huge crowd in here. Turns around, his legion of fans up behind him from Brittany are there. dare you to keep your emotions in check for the next couple of minutes.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
Well, only a select few athletes get the opportunity to stand on a victory podium, but even fewer get the chance to do so at the very top step on our home Paralympic Games. And Alexander Luete is one such super athlete. Congratulations to Ebert Frommout, and to the man in the bronze medal position, Matthew Robertson. What a show they delivered today.
Well, Gerald, I had the privilege of commentating Alexander Luete in Tokyo. However, I've just become one of his biggest fans, because to be able to do what he did today with a world and Paralympic record and a gold medal in front of a home crowd specifically is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that was the first rendition we've heard of the Marseillaise in this velodrome during the Paralympic track program, and it does just energize and brings some wonderful atmosphere to the venue, regardless of what nation you support. To have a home nation celebrating such as the French do here, with such raw emotion and joy, does elevate this event and this venue to something quite extraordinary.
Well, Alexander Luete, he says that he initially played football, but it was his father's passion for cycling that brought him into our wonderful sport. And he said his father had a great career as an amateur, and his passion just grew and grew with his father's influence to concentrate on paracycling. Well, it's all working out for the youngster, only 23 years of age. What an incredibly inspiring athlete.
Well, he's an industrial engineer by training, but he is part of the armed forces sports setup here in France, which has done incredible work to promote parasport at every level. Le Rousseau didn't go too well today, but they're celebrating anyway. Swiftly on we move to the men's C3 3,000 meter individual pursuit finals. Two more finals we've got for you today. These two in the bronze and gold medal, and in the B1000 meter women's final. This is going to be something special. Well, a wave of emotion will carry these athletes, I'm sure, regardless of from where they emanate, because this venue is vibing, that is for sure. The wave is doing laps around it as the athletes prepare for the bronze medal race.
Ready for
Well, believe it or not, Eduardo Santos Asensio's father, Fernando, set a 60-plus Masters hour record last year in Spain. Alexander Hayward at the other end of the age spectrum, just 22, and just relishing the opportunity here. From an ice hockey player. They are racing in the bronze medal race in the C3, 3K individual pursuit. And it is Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain. And he's up against Alexander Hayward, the young Canadian sensation, just 27 years of age, who put together a phenomenal ride in the qualifying to get into this situation. Cut his teeth as a mountain biker at that hotbed of mountain biking in Canada, Bromont. And he is part of that National Cycle Centre there in Quebec. And hasn't he just evolved into a serious talent? Wheelchair basketball's loss is paracycling's gain here. So how's he gone out here? Well, he's down by less than a second. He'll get to work though, Hayward. His key is the back end of the race. And now he's up.
Well, 1 second separated these two riders in the qualifying. So it was Santos Asensio who was faster by around a second over Hayward in the qualifying. Hayward from Canada, of course. So this is the race for the bronze medal in the men's C3 3,000 meter individual pursuit. And it's a close final.
Well, Santos Asensio will know how bitter the feeling is not to get a medal. He was 4th in Tokyo. And here he is in the bronze medal race again. And he's down. He will be fighting to banish that memory and get onto the podium.
He's bringing it back though. Oh no, he's not actually. It was half a second, now it's over a second. So Hayward of Canada really on fire here for the bronze medal.
Yeah, the young Canadian is going very well in here, closing on the last 1,000 meters, and he's got nearly 1.5 seconds in hand over Santos Asensio, but they'll all tell you this is when the race starts. The last 1,000 meters is when all those months, days, years of commitment, preparation and sacrifice come to fruition.
Well, at the moment, Alexander Hayward of Canada is absolutely flying. He's inside the last kilometre and he has over 2 second lead.
He's looking so smooth. Asensio digging deep now. He doesn't want to miss out once again for a second Paralympics in a row, but it looks at this stage as they might just, because Alexander Hayward is making every pedal stroke a winning one.
Well, Santos Asensio qualified faster than Hayward. Now he's finding himself in a very difficult position because Alexander Hayward, I mean, can't be beaten by it. He can't lose his bronze medal with a lap to go. He is absolutely flying.
That is the bell for this young man, Alexander Hayward from Canada, storming away in the bronze medal race. He is going to collect the bronze medal, and a sensational performance by Canada's Alexander Hayward to take the bronze medal here. 3:24.865 celebrations for the Canadians. And young Alexander Hayward, a bitter pill for Eduardo Santos Asensio, but it's a beautiful taste for Alexander Hayward in his first Paralympic Games.
Unbelievable. He's ridden 2 seconds faster than he did in qualifying and a faster time than the Spanish rider also rode in qualifying. So he has really recovered well and lifted his game to take this bronze medal. What a smile, what a celebration. Well, disappointment for Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain, 4th place. It's a bittersweet result at the Paralympic Games. Well, Alexander Hayward from Canada. You see the restart, the power right from the start, the determination of Hayward, the focus of Eduardo Asensio. But it's just the sheer determination of Hayward that won him this bronze medal. An incredible, incredible performance. 35 years of age for the Spanish rider, 27 years of age for Alexandra Hayward of Canada.
Sheer joy. And the teams congratulate one another, commiserate with the Spaniards. But it is Canada who can celebrate another medal here in the velodrome. They're enjoying a fruitful time.
For the men's C3, 3,000 meters individual pursuits.
So to the gold medal ride in the 3K individual pursuit, the defending champion. All business now for Jaco van Gas from Great Britain. And it's Finley Graham he's up against his teammate. They were so close in qualifying. And Gas broke the world record in qualifying in 3:15.488. Graham had done the same. So there they are. The 38-year-old Van Gas and the 24-year-old Graham.
Getting ready for this gold medal ride, the defending champion from Great Britain, Jaco van Gas.
Onto his bike goes Jaco van Gas of Great Britain. A deep breath as he prepares to defend his title.
From Great Britain, Finn Graham.
Cut his teeth on the mountain bike in Scotland in those forests of Glentress. Now he is bidding for gold in the Paralympic Games. The gold medal at stake in the final of the men's C3 3-kilometer individual pursuit. The defending champion is that man Jaco van Gas, and he's up against fellow British rider Finley Graham in this 12-lap race in Paris. And it is going to be a desperately close race because they were evenly matched. And I'm sure it'll be pretty much the same here. Graham goes out fastest initially.
Well, Van Gas, a little bit of work to do. He was 2 seconds faster in the qualifying, but there's nothing between these two. They are wearing the same outfit, the same helmet, the same bike, the same wheels, tires. There is no advantage anywhere other than the power going through the bike, the recovery from qualifying. Van Gas holds the world and Paralympic record. What can Finley Graham do?
That's, yeah. He's gone up now just under a second. Graham has to dig deep. 1,000 meters gone, and Jaco van Gas, who lost his left arm in an RPG attack whilst on military duty in Afghanistan, is now bidding to win a second Paralympic gold medal, but he is going to be given the fight of his life here by Finley Graham.
Well, he's increasing his lead slightly, 1.6 seconds ahead of Finley Graham. Jaco van Gas is on his way to another Paralympic championship.
Well, he's opened up a sizable lead now, over 2 seconds now for...
Van Gas is really pushing the pedals here. He's going to produce an exceptional performance. As the crowd favourite and the current Paralympic champion, it is Jaco van Gas leading the race for the gold medal in the men's C3 3,000 metre individual pursuit at the Paralympic Games in Paris.
Over 2.6 seconds now for Jaco van Ras. He's got to work very impressively. Remember, qualifying this morning, he's got 1,000 meters to go here. And he is just about half a lap behind the Scotsman Finlay Graham, his fellow Great Britain rider here. It is a tour de force here from Jaco van Ras, showing his incredible power, his focus and determination, all that preparation he's put in over the years. He started the year back in South Africa doing hours and hours on the road bike there to prepare for a tough year. Went to the World Championships, succeeded there, and now at the Paralympic Games is on the verge of adding a second gold medal in this discipline and a third in all Paralympics for Jaco van Ras. The bell sounds for Great Britain's Jaco van Ras. They will take silver and gold, these two Great British riders, but it is van Ras who is showing his dominance, over 4 seconds to the good here. This is a truly phenomenal performance by a wonderful champion. Jaco van Ras collects another gold medal in a sensational performance here. 3:18.460. He is the champion for the second Paralympic Games in a row. It is Jaco van Ras of Great Britain. Finlay Graham takes the silver medal, over 4 seconds back, but a dominant performance by this man. He rides up close to his wife Catherine, still sitting in the stands here alongside family members, to share the joy and excitement of having defended his title once again. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from Finn Graham in the future. Just 24, and he's already racing at the very highest level at the Paralympic Games here and collecting medals.
Well, Finlay Graham at 24 years of age, he certainly does have an idol to look up to in Jaco van Ras, 38 years of age. No doubt they train hours and hours together on the velodrome in Manchester.
Well, he's got so many wonderful achievements behind him in all manner of fields, mountaineering and endurance events, but winning Paralympic medals is perhaps the best taste of all for Jaco van Ras.
What a superb riding style. We know the British riders, they have their own wind tunnel, so they do spend a lot of time in the wind tunnel with these bikes, because the art about riding the fastest bike in the world is being able to find the right position to maximize aerodynamics, which just means you need to put out less power to achieve higher speeds, same speeds. Jaco van Ras celebrates his second Paralympic gold medal.
Well, the flag of the Union flying high, and well, his wife Catherine, you see the flag of South Africa alongside that of Great Britain. Van Ras, born and raised in Middelburg in South Africa, started out as a rugby player, chased his dreams, joined the military, and family have travelled long and far to celebrate with him. And he's shown incredible determination, focus, and an attitude of professionalism that is second to none. Now a three-time Paralympic champion, Jaco van Ras. Great moments for a great champion.
Paralympic champion. We will crown the champion in a few moments' time here in Chateau.
He's got plenty more work to do, though.
Gold and silver to Great Britain as they congratulate.
And there's his silver medalist teammate, Finlay Graham. confirmation of the results of the 3K individual pursuit for C3 men. Jaco van Gaas defending his title here in Paris, ahead of Finn Graham and Canada's Alexandra Hayward, beating Eduardo Santos Asensio to the bronze medal. Well, goal one achieved for Jaco van Gaas. There's so much pressure on these athletes to perform, particularly as they arrive as champions. The expectation is high, and he delivered in emphatic and unequivocal style. The last event of day 2 at the paracycling track discipline here in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And it is the final of the women's B 1,000-meter time trial. Hannah Chadwick. Well, the story is quite phenomenal. Born in China, she lived in an orphanage until the age of 12, and then was adopted by an American couple, and has not only achieved great things on the track and on the bicycle, but also in her studies. International relations. She went back to China to study Mandarin. First rider on the track in the paracycling track women's B 1,000-meter time trial, Hannah Chadwick, and her pilot is Skylar Espinosa. Looking to set the benchmark time in a final that involves 6 riders. Riding first is always a tricky thing to do. You don't have anything to go by except your own efforts here, and that's exactly what Hannah Chadwick's doing here. Come round to take the bell shortly. There it is. A lap to go.
What a powerful event, and it does come down to this last lap. You really need to hold the speed. It is so painful. 4 laps, full gas.
And they bring it to the line here. Hannah Chadwick will cross the line in a time of 1:10.187, and that is the benchmark time for Chadwick and her pilot Skylar Espinosa. Well, there's plenty of powerful riders to come, and Hannah Chadwick will now have to sit and watch and hope that her time stands up and perhaps be good enough for a medal. Huge power off the start and off the gate.
You can see both riders just using all of their upper body strength to get on top of that gear as fast as possible so they can get into the most aerodynamic position. Pedal in sync with the same size chain rings. However, the big chain ring connected to the rear cog is the ratio of gear that they are pushing. I think in many instances that gearing ratio would be changed between qualifying and finals, depending on the rider's feeling.
Yeah, it's a really tough day. They've ridden a pull-out qualifier to get into the final, and now I have to produce something special again in the final on the same day. Next onto the track, one of the all-time most successful Paralympians in Ireland. Katie George Dunleavy and Eve McChrystal, her pilot. On track as the second rider in the women's B 1 kilometer time trial final, it is Katie George Dunleavy and her sighted pilot Eve McChrystal. And the time they are seeking to beat right now is 1:10.187. They will perhaps want to go a lot faster than that in order to put themselves in touch of a medal here.
Yeah, they'll need to find 2 seconds extra to from qualifying to find themselves, I think, in the medal contention. They've got a good start, they're in good rhythm, they're in a very aerodynamic position very quickly. They look like they're on a mission. They look beautiful on the bike.
They do. They've been riding together since 2013, so they know intrinsically what works on this bike, and they are a supreme combination. The bell.
The important lap, the final lap. Well, at the moment they are faster than Chadwick of the USA.
Endurance is their forte, and they can see it here. They've got stronger and stronger as this race continues, and they'll bring it home now. And it is the fastest time.
Well, Dunleavy brought back over half a second in the final lap. Just 1 lap. Quite impressive.
Well, we'll see them go in the longer distances and on the road, because they are a combination. Dunleavy won gold in the road race and individual time trial in Tokyo, and they'll be out to defend that title after the para-track program. "42 years of age, Katie George Dunleavy, and still riding super strong, finding herself in the final of the 1,000 meter women's B time trial." Well, she won a world title in rowing back in 2004, backed it up the next year. So as a para rower, she perhaps thought she would be doing that here. Well, as we know, time and time again, rowers make sensational cyclists, and we see it again here from Katie George Dunleavy.
Yeah, amazing to have those 2 gold medals in the Paralympics from rowing. She was poached by a cycling coach, which often happens. They do hang around BMX tracks and triathlon and
regattas,
rowing regattas, and they approach these athletes and try to bring them over to cycling. Well, wave to the crowd from Katie George Dunleavy. She has done Ireland very proud here in Paris.
They'll perhaps know that their best chances of medals will come in the longer distances, but they've done their very best in the shorter distance, over 1,000 meters here.
Please welcome our 13 onto the track, the double individual pursuit para champion from Great Britain, Laura Faki.
Already an individual pursuit Paralympic champion, Laura Faki. 4 Paralympic medals. The third rider on track in the women's B1000 meter time trial final is Laura Faki, the 35-year-old rider from Great Britain, a 4-time Paralympic medalist already. Her husband matches that total, and they are, as a family, a powerhouse team. But on track now, Laura Faki is being piloted by her regular pilot Corinne Hall as they chase down the benchmark time of 109.447, and already they've dipped underneath that here of Katie George Dunleavy.
Well, they are absolutely flying, and they will need to find a couple of seconds faster than their qualifying ride to find themselves in the medals.
3 teams still to ride after this pair. So this is, yeah, they really have to put everything in here.
Well, it still amazes me that Laura Faki of 26 only began paracycling in 2020. So relatively new to the sport, and at the top of the leaderboard. Very impressive.
Very, very good time, 109.181. Will it be enough for a medal? Will it be enough for a medal? Probably not. But they did their very best again. Perhaps the strength of this combination is endurance, but they brought their best in the shorter distances here. Well, my brother Roy played football at the Paralympics in London. Another brother played cricket, line cricket for Great Britain. They're a talented family.
Oh, can see the power put through the pedals to get on top of that gear. They really did give everything they've got. Interestingly, they're one of the duos that are not using the development of the Hope bike, given that they need the tandem to be so reinforced in so many different areas for 2 very strong riders, putting out over 3,000 watts out of the gate. No doubt it'll only be a period of time before we see the aerodynamics incorporated into the tandem bikes. Laura Faki of Great Britain, 26 years old, loved by the crowd, loved by the fans.
Well, now mother, of course, as well. Fraser, Chin Neal's son.
Yeah, it's becoming so common, isn't it, for female athletes not to limit themselves to finishing their career before they give birth. And also knowing that scientifically it's been proven to make you even stronger as an athlete. Obviously, a lot of other things come into play in combination with that hormonal change. What an exciting crowd we have here tonight in the velodrome.
Well, there's no doubting which nation they're supporting, even if you put the flag away. Wonderful, wonderful to see. So many have made the effort to travel across the world to get here to Paris and support these athletes. Well, they've still, Great Britain, got 2 riders to race here in this final. So there's a distinct possibility of a clean sweep of medals here. It will perhaps be a little tough, bearing in mind that Jessica Gallagher's in the field, and she is the Australian who sits in between Sophie Unwin and Lizzie Jordan in terms of the order of racing. So she'll want to change that. I suspect there's the young Faki, fantastic, wonderful, wonderful family environment. Cannot be anything more healthy than bringing the family into a sporting environment like this.
We move on to heat number 4 of the 6 and decide the gold medal in this 1,000 meter time trial. We welcome onto the track one veteran to the individual pursuit in Tokyo. From Great Britain, Sophie Unwin with her pilot Jenny Hall.
A huge roar from the crowd for Sophie Unwin. She'll be expecting a medal performance here. If everything goes to plan, everything goes well, that will be her plan. The 30-year-old from Great Britain. First rode a tandem bike in 2020.
The fourth rider on track in the women's B 1,000-meter time trial is Great Britain's Sophie Unwin, one of 3 Great Britain riders in a 6-rider field in the final. And already Unwin is up on the time set by her countrywoman Laura Faki. It is likely to be a very fast time, this Unwin and pilot Jenny Hole posting the fastest time over the first lap.
Well, I believe in Sophie Unwin for a medal. It's just a matter of what colour as they come around for a couple of laps to go. It's a brutal, brutal event. 4 laps around the velodrome.
Laura Unwin gives, at least Laura Faki gives an interview. Right behind her, Sophie Unwin is consigning her to perhaps outside the medals, because this is the final lap, just under a second ahead of Laura Faki's time. Sophie Unwin is going to ride herself into medal place here at Paris. Over a second now. Sophie Unwin surging to the line for Great Britain. They'll cross the line, she and her pilot Jenny Hole, and they will go into a medal position at 1:07.879. And we will count it down, because there are still 2 riders to come. So what will it be? Gold, silver or bronze? So Laura Faki outside the medals in this discipline.
Well, that shows the professionalism of Unwin, being able to recover and back up for a time equally as fast as a qualifying time. Sophie Unwin, well, she's just won herself a medal at the Paralympic Games here in Paris. It's a waiting game now to know what colour that will be, as she stands on top of the leaderboard with 2 riders left to compete in the final.
Well, the start again, just that massive surge of power, and then getting into rhythm and getting into position, and then finishing it off.
Sophie Unwin explained that when she was talent ID chosen by Great Britain, she was told she's not exactly a sprinter or an endurance rider, but she'd be very well suited to the tandem 1,000-meter time trial, and that she is. She may, well, she will bring home a medal for Great Britain. There's no doubt in that.
So Unwin in the virtual gold medal at the moment, because she has the fastest time, but there are 2 riders still to come. Jess Gallagher and Lizzie Jordan.
Well, Sophie Unwin says that the highlight of her career was winning the Tandem B road race at the 2021 World Championships in Portugal, showing that she has extreme endurance about her, and perhaps another medal chance at the Paris Paralympic Games.
Well, they've done everything possible here, Unwin and her pilot Jenny Hole, and they now must sit and watch. Jessica Gallagher will take to the track, the 38-year-old Australian, and Caitlin Ward is her pilot.
2 more races remain in this final.
Well, it really is. They know that they just have to produce their very best here to be in the medals. Second fastest qualifiers. Here they come. It is Jessica Gallagher. Well, no, they won't. Not quite yet. I'm just smiling alongside them. Lizzie Jordan and Danny Kahn, who are the other nation who could upset Gallagher's hopes of a medal, of a gold medal, yeah. Well, joining the party, Jessica Gallagher and Caitlin Ward for Australia. Second last rider in the final of the B1000 meter time trial. For visually impaired riders, the visually impaired rider is the stoker behind the sighted pilot. And this is the second last team. Stakes are high. Out of the gates go the Australian combination, Jessica Gallagher and her pilot, Caitlin Ward, now setting out to try and chase down a silver or gold medal at best. 1:07.879 is the benchmark time set by Great Britain's Sophie Unwin. Can Gallagher go faster than that?
Well, she's looking faster than Unwin at this point, which would mean a gold or silver. 1 lap in, 1.5 lap in, coming up to 2 laps with a second advantage over Unwin. This is looking good for the Australian Gallagher.
That's a very good start. Put a second in so early on. Anxious from the centre of the track of the Australian coaches. The bell for Jessica Gallagher, driving for the line now to try and upset Sophie Unwin and put her down into at least bronze medal. Gallagher driving for the line.
Half a lap to go and really digging deep because losing a little bit of time as they throw for the line. It is the fastest so far. This means at worst a silver. Could it be gold?
But it's 0.346 seconds faster than Sophie Unwin's time. Good enough for the fastest time right now. Gallagher celebrating and thanking the crowd here for their support. So they sit in the gold medal position right now. Australia, Jessica Gallagher and pilot Caitlin Ward.
However, they're still just half a second slower than the qualifying time of the team left to compete from Great Britain, the rider Elizabeth Jordan. But look at this. They look absolutely amazing. 26 years of age, Jessica Gallagher. And she became a bit of a household name in Australia, being the first female athlete representing Australia at the Paralympic Winter Games when she claimed a bronze medal in the visually impaired slalom alpine skiing event at the 2010 Games in Vancouver. So a household name already, and will deliver a silver or gold medal here from the Paris Paralympic Games.
Well, smiles of delight, and they know they've done their very best today, and that is all they can ask for. Put themselves in the frame for a gold medal. Silver is certain, could be gold. Anxious moments now. One rider to take to the track. Lizzie Jordan on her debut at the Paralympic Games. What a moment.
Oh, Gallagher absolutely exhausted. That was everything. And that is Shane Perkins, the head coach of the Australian Paralympic team. And a phenomenal cyclist in his own right with many, many fantastic achievements. Let's see the two celebrate the silver or gold medal. There's Berthy May. She has been over 20 years the soigneur who looks after the Australian riders. Oh, nerves on the faces. No need for the nerves, in my opinion. They know they've got what it takes to win the gold medal. Great British team. They've proven they can ride second faster than these two. Berthy May there just giving support in some very, very lactic acid-filled legs. Oh, Jessica Gallagher of Australia. Oh, a nervous crowd.
Yeah, that's for sure. If the riders are nervous, certainly those in the crowd are. This is tense time indeed for the supporters of Great Britain. They have at least one medal in the form of Sophie Unwin. And, well, in fact, they have two guaranteed, because if it's not Lizzie Jordan, if things fall apart for them here, then Laura Fuck is in third place as it stands now. So, Danny Kahn is the pilot for Lizzie Jordan, the 26-year-old who was a sensation at the World Championships this year with 3 gold medals. The final rider on track in the women's B1000-meter time trial. And it is gold for Jordan as she chases that beautiful medal. But she and her pilot, Danny Kahn, will have to really empty the tank here. They're nearly a second down early on.
You could see that they struggled out of the gate. They really did have a bit of an issue there that really cost them, because over the first half a lap, they're already 9/10 of a second down. They'll bring it back a little bit, but can they bring it back to a gold medal? They are 7/10 of a second down.
Yeah, it's a short race. Yeah, they brought it back again down to...
They're flying.
Yep, they're bringing it back well here. This is the key race. This is the moment that will determine the outcome of this gold medal. They are going to bring it back here. There's the bell, the final lap for Lizzie Jordan as she chases the gold medal. They are in the lead now. They've got the gold medal in their legs now. Can they finish it off here in Paris at the Paralympic Games? A maiden Paralympic Games for Lizzie Jordan. A little sway there. They're going to finish it off here. Gallagher is going to be pushed into bronze, silver. It is Jordan and Great Britain who take the gold medal in the women's B1 kilometre time trial. What a start to a Paralympic career for Elizabeth Jordan and her pilot Danny Kahn as they take the gold medal. A sensational ride after a difficult start. They had to dig so deep and bring it back, they did. They were nearly a second behind Gallagher after a lap, but they finished it off by finishing half a second ahead of the Australian Jessica Gallagher to put Great Britain on the top step of the podium. Wow, what a ride by Lizzie Jordan.
Incredible. 26 years of age, only started paracycling in 2020, first Paralympic Games, and a gold medal for Elizabeth Jordan of Great Britain. Well, I must say, I've spent years training with Danielle Kahn, who is the pilot in Mallorca, Spain. She's a talent herself, but it's all about the communication between the pilot and the stoker, which is the visually impaired rider on the back, Elizabeth Jordan. Well, the performance can only be as good as the stoker and what she's capable of. And it's all combined with obviously the equipment, the training and the communication between the pilot and the stoker. So Jessica Gallagher settles for a silver medal.
Yeah, you could. It did look like she was settling it. She wasn't entirely delighted, was she? She had high hopes that her time would be good enough for the gold, but half a second.
Can you imagine? It's a 4-lap race, and after 1 lap, Australia's Jessica Gallagher is leading by nearly 1 second. She must have had high hopes at that point, and within less than a minute, it all changes. It all turns around, and What an unbelievable ride by Lizzie Jordan.
Yeah, credit to Lizzie Jordan here. They knew they had to dig very, very deep, and they brought it home in amazing fashion. Yeah, that's the excitement bubbling over in the center of the track, because that was no easy ride. They had to dig deeper perhaps than at any stage, and yep, the resigned look on the face, but applause from Gallagher. Well, moments of sheer joy.
Yeah, taking it all in. Not quite comprehending what's been achieved as the teammates now who took the bronze medal.
Lizzie Jordan, the latest in an extended line of debutante medalists here at the Paralympic Games, and another in the long line of Great Britain stars. Unwin and Hall take the bronze, and that's the congratulations. And they had 4th place, no medal for Laura Faki.
It gives me goosebumps to see teammates celebrating together, knowing how many hours they spend together as teammates, but then competitors. Well, here are the 2 pilots and the 2 stokers celebrating gold and bronze here at the Paralympics. And this will be a photo to be treasured.
Well, moments of your life.
There's Danny Khan, one of the pilots. She takes home a gold medal with Lizzie Jordan.
Well, that was the last race of what has been a momentous day in the velodrome here. As we celebrate the achievements of the medalists, we have 2 more victory ceremonies that will follow very shortly. Confirming the result there of Lizzie Jordan's win in the women's speed 1K time trial with her pilot Danny Khan. Ahead of Jessica Gallagher by half a second. And Sophie Unwin takes the bronze medal.
Cycles in there as well.
We're nearly ready for our victory ceremonies, but in the meantime, let's have some fun. It is Friday afternoon. Let's enjoy some karaoke. Join us on the screens, sing along and have some fun.
Et moi, je suis sûr que vous avez envie de chanter. Ça commence maintenant.
Celebrating the achievements of the medalists in the 3K individual pursuit C3.
Please welcome the medalists.
Well, he's familiar with that position.
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Tom Nicholson, ancien membre du conseil d'administration du comité international paralympique.
former governing board member of the International International Paralympic Committee. Accompanied by
Monsieur Fred Johnson, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Canada.
Bronze medalist representing Canada, Alexandra Hayward.
Well, what a moment for this 27-year-old who, during COVID, won himself a mountain bike race and caught the attention of Canada's para-track program. And here he is, a couple of years later on the podium. From Bromont in Canada, the heart of mountain biking in Canada, he is now a para-track bronze medalist. Alexandra Hayward. And the way he's ridden in this discipline suggests that there are many, many more to come from this young talent.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Finley Graham.
A fourth medal for Finley Graham in the Paralympic cycling. Silver in Tokyo in this very event, and on the road, silver in the road race, beg your pardon. He was fourth in the individual time trial, so a third medal for Finley Graham. Another man who found mountain biking a pastime that he really enjoyed in Glentress.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Chateau.
Well, 20 years ago, he left his hometown of Middelburg in South Africa. A little uncertain of his future, but certain that he was going to do something special. And look at him now. Jaco van Gas of Great Britain. Another gold medal around his neck at the Paralympic Games. Third gold and a fourth medal for Jaco van Gas, the 38-year-old. Unequivocally the best in this discipline.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, vive le figurine de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
a moment to savour for Jaco van Graas, Finn Graham and Alexandra Hayward as they stand on the podium at the Paralympic Games here in Paris. Jaco's wife on the right there, Catherine. We'll add that to the album of great achievements for this young man. "12 laps of the track." It is brutally hard, but to do it twice in a day at your absolute limit and emerge at the very top takes athletes of the most extraordinary dedication, talent and skill, of which these three have it in abundance. As you were in Tokyo at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, the same two on the top two steps of the podium. And Hayward, you feel the talent he's shown will be there as well in the future.
women's time trial.
The last of the victory ceremonies of day 2 at the Paralympic Games para-track program today. And it is celebrating the achievements of the women's B1000 meter time trial.
The medals will be presented by
Madame Ripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member. Accompanied by
Monsieur Fred Janssen, membre de l'ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalists representing Great Britain, Sophie Unwin and pilot Jenny Hall.
Many times world champions, and now 3 times bronze medalist medalist at the Paralympic Games. A road race silver for Sophie Unwin in Tokyo, and a bronze in the 3,000 meter individual pursuit in Tokyo. However, this 1,000 meter time trial, an improvement on their 5th place in Tokyo, finishing in 3rd.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant l'Australie.
Silver medalists representing Australia, Jessica Gallagher and pilot Caitlin Ward.
Well, you can see the delight on the face of Jessica Gallagher. Active in the para-rowing front. She was 4th at the World Championships last year in the Cox 4 PR3 Mixed 4. And started off life as a para-athlete. Went to London as an athlete. Won a long jump silver medal in the World Championships, not at the Paralympics back in 2011. But this surely a delightful moment, having picked up bronze in Rio in 2016. It is silver for Jessica Gallagher and her pilot Caitlin Ward.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Great Britain, Lizzie Jordan and pilot Danny Khan.
Well, you could sense that they were letting that sink in. Lizzie Jordan and Danny Khan. Absolutely amazing performance. Lizzie Jordan's first Paralympic Games. She swept to 3 gold medals at the World Championships in March in Rio de Janeiro. And now has, well, reached the very summit of it all at the Paralympic Games alongside Danny Khan. Well, big cheer for Lizzie Jordan and Danny Khan. It is a partnership, it is a friendship It's a team.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, if you are able, for the anthem of Great Britain.
Well, the emotion overflowing for Danny Kahn. As Great Britain pick up the gold and bronze, in between them Australia through Jessica Gallagher and the pilot Caitlin Ward the silver medal. The medalists in our last race of the second day of action in the velodrome in Paris at the Paracycling track. Great Britain, Lizzie Jordan in her very first Paralympic Games. What a joy. Smiling faces, all of them. Medalists in the Paralympic Games. Yes, it's been a good day for Great Britain. It's been a good day for para-track cycling here. World records and gold medals for 3 nations. Australia and Great Britain picking up 2 each. And a raucous and rousing gold for the host nation, France, as well, through Alexandre Louette. So really a sense of real celebration, achievement and appreciation here at the velodrome. Well, today in the velodrome we've seen medals decided in the men's C4 5,000 meter time trial, and over the individual pursuit over 3 kilometers, women's C4, men's C2 and men's C3, and now the 1,000 meter time trial for women. On a day of rich entertainment and great celebration it has been. We're halfway through the para-track cycling program, and we've had 9 of the 17 medals decided. As the venue empties, spectators will carry great memories of a wonderful day in the Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines velodrome, of wonderful athletic performance and great achievements by all these athletes. Well, 3 titles were successfully defended. 2 new champions as well were crowned here on day 2 at the Paratrack cycling program. And medals have been won: 2 for Great Britain, Australia, China, Netherlands, and 1 for France in terms of gold medals, with Great Britain collecting 8 medals thus far. 3 each for Australia, China, 2 each for the Netherlands and France. 3 for Canada, all of those in the bronze medals. So another day of fantastic Paratrack cycling. We've got 4 more finals preceded by the qualifying on day 3 of action in the velodrome. It's going to be another day full of drama, no doubt a few records as well, and at the end of it, medals for the victors.